I miss Eggy? Good, you don't have to anymore. Literally here. Literally Eggy. Literally Eggy. Right here, literally. Actual egg. Let me decide on music. It's like I can still hear her voice. I'm literally alive. I'm literally existing. Literally, actually. Actually, for real. Oops, that's loud. Oops, 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 oops. Ugh. Hold on. Let me turn this down on my end. This is too loud for Eggy. This gonna be loud enough for everybody else. Ah, and I forgot to turn off the BGM. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. We got way too much happening. And by way too much, I mean like literally like 2 things. There we go. There we go. The return of Monday Eggjong, yes! So this week, and it looks like next week as well, we're gonna have Zhong. We're gonna have Zhong on Monday. Because I was checking my schedule, and it seems for the next few weeks I have Sunday and Monday off. So I'm probably not gonna get to stream on Sunday, but like for Monday, that will still be happening. And then anything else during the week, I guess, would be in the evening. Like, let me see this week. What is my schedule like? What is my schedule like? Because I know when I'm working, like what days I'm working, but it's like, okay, to know the time when I'm working. Let me see. A ghost! I'm literally alive with like a heartbeat and stuff. I literally have a heartbeat and stuff. But yeah, let's see. So what is today? The 24th? Okay. So it looks like if I stream, it would probably be on Wednesday or Thursday in the evening. Because some days I work until 8, and other days I work until like 5:15. So on the days when I'm working earlier, then I can probably come home and do a little stream. Especially Thursday, since I don't have to be up super early the next day. But then, yeah, other days... Yeah, I feel like for the days where I end at 8, I'm not getting home until like 9. So I don't think it quite works out. Well, I don't know. It's not even like 9 sometimes. It's like more like 9:30. And it's not because it takes a long time to get home. The problem is just that like I don't like, yeah, I clock out at 8, but like sometimes I have to do other things, you know? It's like I clock out at 8 and then I have to do some shopping, or, you know, I have to buy a grocery. Like I have to do other things. So, yeah. Yeah. But yes, good morning to Happy Zhang Day to Punk Asian. And Happy Zhang Day to Fake Raid. And to Bagel Post. And to Panis. And to Random Moose Brains. And to JD. And to Pembu. And to Tsunderathalos on YouTube. There you go. Short, late yap stream as a treat never hurt, if you're up for it. Yeah, we'll see. Because, like, okay, it's kind of back and forth, right? Because on one hand, on the days when I work late, it's like, on one hand, I get home later, but on the other hand, I technically get home faster. Because that's one of the things, I think I talked about this last week, that I keep struggling with, is when I leave at rush hour, then it's like, it takes a while because of, like, traffic, and also, like, buses are less consistent because of traffic. So, yeah. She's free today. Yeah. And then, it's okay. I'm back at EGGY work tomorrow, but that's okay. I'm also going to be free next Monday. Because I think, let me, again, like I said, let me check the schedule, because I'm, like, 90% sure that next week's schedule is, like, almost identical to this week's. Oh, yeah, it's literally the same. I think I think the supervisor just, like, copy-pasted it. Almost exactly. Like... Yeah, purchase 1 grocery. I don't know. I think I might need at least, like, 3 or 4 grocery right now. I ran out of, what did I run out of? I ran out of oatmeal. I need to get more oatmeal. I'm out of oatmeal. And I'm out of, honestly, I'm kind of out of most things. Last week I got to the point towards the end of the week where I just started buying, like, pre-made meals from the grocery store, because I was like, I can't be bothered. I don't have anything at home, and by the time I get home, it's gonna be too late to make anything. So I would be buying pre-made meal from the grocery store, which aren't bad. But I probably shouldn't be doing that, like, too often. It's probably not the most economical option. Though they are, admittedly, they aren't that expensive. But yeah. Checking grocery off the EGGY bingo. Yep. Well, I don't know, the stream is young. We're only 18 minutes into the stream, and I think I've only been talking for about, like, 7 or 8 of those minutes. So, the stream is young. There is still time. There is still time to get all the other things on the bingo card. But, yeah. EGGY work is okay. And I think I'll continue to be okay. Although starting this week, I'm gonna have to be there earlier. Because, holiday hours start to kick in. At the mall that we are in. So then I have to be there earlier. Which is unfortunate. But at least, I think tomorrow I don't start early. I think I have like a later shift. But yeah. I have to be there early. It's not that early. It's not that early, but it's still early. It's early. I have to wake up early. I have to get on the bus early. Which means I have to go to bed early. Terrible. How did I used to do that? Like, I used to get up early to go to school, right? Like, I used to have classes at like 8:30 in the morning. And like, I mean, I guess I was late for them sometimes. And like, it wasn't easy, but like, I was able to get out of bed even if it was early, right? Like, again, maybe I did have great difficulty with it, and I've just forgotten. Like, maybe it wasn't always... Maybe it was always this difficult. But, like, I guess because I was doing it more often, it made it easier. I was definitely going to bed earlier, though. Like, I think going to bed late, that was, like... I think that was, like, a post-coming... Well, maybe not quite post-coming back from Japan thing. I think it was, like... I think what had happened was, like, before I went, I started going to bed later. Because I think that was, like, a COVID time thing. That was, like, a 2020, 2021 thing. Because I guess I had nowhere to be on most days, so I was like, why not stay up until 1 in the morning? And then I think when I went to Japan, that's when it got really bad, because I kept, like, staying up. Because what would happen is that, like, because all my friends were in an opposite time zone, I would have to stay up late, especially after daylight savings, like, time change. I would basically, like, I would wake up in the morning, and people were awake, but it was, like, evening time for them, right? So then people would go to sleep, and I would have a gap of, like, 6 to 8 hours where there was, like, no one. Like, no one was online because everybody was sleeping. And then later on, I was... Like, I would have to... Basically, nobody would be awake until 11 a.m. Pretty much. Was my problem. Or 11 p.m., sorry. I think, in retrospect, I really should have just been waking up early, because, like, even if people were awake, like, when it was 11 p.m. for me, and everyone was starting to wake up, I think, like, yeah, people were awake, but, like, they weren't, like, they were going places, like, they were awake, but they were, like, at work and stuff, so I'm like, in retrospect, I should have just, like, started waking up at, like, 5 a.m. so I could talk to people. I should have been the one waking up early. But instead, I got into the habit of staying up until, like, 3 or 4 a.m. And now I'm like, oops, 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 oops. I should get some water. I don't know, I'm a little less sleepy this morning. I went to bed slightly earlier last night. Not early, like, I think it was still almost 2 in the morning. But the difference is that it was almost 2 in the morning and not 2 in the morning. That's the difference. So it's progress, okay? It's progress. You guys can't just, like, look at me post my sleep and say sleep schedule broken, okay? It's progress. It will slow and we'll get there eventually. You can't force yourself to go to bed early. You have to slowly go earlier and earlier until you have fixed your sleep. I will eventually, maybe by the time I finish work, I will have fixed my sleep. I will be, once again, able to get up early. Even though I'm not a fan of getting up early. Ugh. Ooh. Oops, all oops. It's oops, 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 oops. Sleep schedule broken with a handcuff chains breaking free pick. No! I will fix the sleep schedule. I will go back into sleep jail. I will. But... Yeah. There you go. You can check the yeah off the bingo as well. I don't know. I'm like, I feel like not much has happened since Thursday. Can anybody name literally anything that's happened between Thursday and now that was different than what was before? Nothing has happened. How am I supposed to talk about anything when nothing happened? I mean, I guess I went to work, but like I can't just talk about work. And I guess I went to Japanese class, but I can't just talk about Japanese class. What's left to talk about? What's left to talk about? Nothing happened. Any Black Friday deals? No. I don't know. I went shopping yesterday, I guess. But nothing was on sale. I didn't buy anything on sale. I don't know. I'm trying to get into false eyelashes. I'm trying to become the kind of person, because I found some old false eyelashes that I bought in like 2017 or so. I found them like in the drawer of my makeup table. And I was like, oh, maybe I should try putting these on. But then I had to go out and buy glue. So I had bought glue, but it was like really bad glue, and it was in like a tube that like would waste half the product because it would like squirt out. Like it was impossible to control the flow of the glue. So, yeah, I went out yesterday and I bought some newer false eyelashes. Because the other thing is that the ones that I had from 2017, I had no idea what I was doing. So the ones I had were like really, really big. Like they were way too heavy for what I would usually wear, right? They were very big, very heavy. So I went out and bought some that were like a little lighter, a little easier, a bit more comfortable to wear. Because I put some on yesterday to go out, and like it felt like my eyelids, like I felt like I had like -2 visibility. Like it felt very, like my eyelids felt heavy. It felt like it was like, maybe not a chore, but it was a lot more difficult to keep my eyes open. But again, that was on me for putting on like this huge heavy false eyelashes. I don't understand why you would use those outside of particular events. For fun. Because makeup is fun. And again, it's like one of those things where there's looks that like you kind of, even if you have nice eyelashes, which I think I do. I think I do naturally have some pretty nice eyelashes. But there are still, I'm realizing there are still like looks you can only really accomplish with false eyelashes. And also for cosplay as well. I don't know, but yeah. Any golden kappas? I guess, yeah, Yago kappa happened. I don't know. I don't think I used Twitch at all this past weekend. I was too busy buying false eyelashes. Saturday I was working. Sunday I was buying false eyelashes. You have the eyelash training arc with cold weather and snow. Yeah, that's true. Putting them on, okay. The other thing too is the ones I bought yesterday. So with false eyelashes, I feel like there's kind of 2 general forms you can buy them in. So the first one is like the strips, right? Where they just give you like, basically just like a whole eyelashes, like a whole eyelid's worth of eyelashes, right? So then there's what I don't know what the proper names for them. I usually think of it as like the strips or the sprigs. So the strips are like, basically it's just like a full lid's worth of eyelashes, right? Then you have these ones that are like these little sprigs where they give you just like a little cluster of eyelash. And I think I like the sprigs better because like I feel like with the full strips, there tends to be a lot more waste because chances are the strips that they give you are going to be wider than your eye actually is, right? And like they do that just to make sure that they can like account for, you know, different shapes and sizes of eyes. But the result is that oftentimes you have to cut off a little bit off either end in order to get it to fit on your eye. Greeting. Hello. Greeting, Romeo. Greeting. Singular greeting. But yeah, then the sprigs are usually, you can put them only where you need them, kind of. And they're much lighter, so yeah, that's why I'm like, maybe I should buy those instead. But yeah, putting them on is a skill, though. Like, I already have pretty long eyelashes, so it's like trying to actually find the lash line is sometimes a little difficult. I'm not trying to come off as judgy or anything, it just sounds like a pain to use casually to me. Yeah, I mean, I feel like they're kind of like I don't think I would wear them to go to work. Partly because, yeah, it is a little heavy, and also partly because, like, they take so long to put on. They take long enough to put on that I don't feel like I need Like, I don't need to add that to my morning routine. But, I don't know. The effect is fun. There are just some looks that you just can't get without them. Making fried egg right now? Egg. Enjoy your egg. But, yeah, no, I'm like... Becoming a false eyelash person is not as much of a pain as it would be... I don't know, someday maybe I'll become a color contacts person. I don't know, I've tried using color contacts... Because I don't wear contact lenses, I usually just wear glasses. I'm bad at, like, inserting anything into my body. I don't like wearing contacts. Like, I've tried color contacts once for a cosplay, and it took me like 40 minutes to put in one contact. So it's like 40 minutes of me just like trying to put in the contact, dropping it on the counter, rinsing it with like the solution stuff, trying again. Like, it was like this for like 40 minutes for one. So I'm like, I want to become a color contacts person because, again, I like the look of it. But also, it seems like such a pain. Contacts freak me out since I touch my eyes a lot. Yeah, I mean, I think the thing is that, as well, is when I was like researching contacts, was that, like, there are some worst case scenarios of, like, people getting, like, super bad infections from, like, using contacts incorrectly. But it seems like, with talking to people who actually use them, those kinds of things are, like, a lot less common than you'd think, apparently. Because, like, I don't know. For me, I remember when I was putting mine in, I'm just like, if there was a single germ on my hand, I'm going to go blind. And then, like, I've heard, like, stories of, like, people... Like, I don't know, I remember being like, oh no, if I leave my contacts in for more than 8 hours, I'm gonna go blind. And then, like, I talked to, like, friends who actually wear them on a regular basis, and they're like, I don't know, I've left mine in for, like, 12 hours before and nothing bad happened. Or, like, I don't know, I've heard of people, like... I remember hearing about, like, somebody, like, at a convention who, like, they had, like, a color contact that, like, fell out, like, onto the ground, and they just, like, picked it up and, like, put it back in, and I was like, ugh. But also, like, I don't know. I guess the kind of people who are dealing with, like, super severe issues that stem from contacts are probably maybe people like that. As opposed to somebody who's just, like, washing them and putting them in normally how they're supposed to. But no, I think my problem is, like, okay, so I have, like, a very prominent brow bone, and it makes things more difficult. Actually, having a very prominent brow bone actually makes a lot of, like, makeup stuff more difficult. Because my eyelids are basically almost entirely hidden by the brow bone. So putting in contacts is a little difficult because people are like, oh yeah, kind of like you have to, like, spread your eyes open, right? You gotta, like, spread them open. And, like, I can't. Because, like, I can't, like, I guess I can spread it down further, right? But, like, when I can't open them up. I can't spread them upwards. Oh, hello, Jake.
That underscore boy underscore Jake just bloomed.
Another month. Thank you for 33 months of EGGY. Hello, we're talking about contact lenses. And my very prominent brow bone. But yeah, it's like, I can't, like, spread them further upwards because, like, there's a bone there. That's my skull. I can't, like, open my eyes any bigger, like, at least from the top, right? And I know there's apparently, like, other tricks to it, but I've never been about to wear contacts. I don't know, I've never tried prescription contacts. I tried color contacts for a cosplay, like, several years ago, and, like, I don't know. I looked really nice. That's the thing, though. That's the worst part, is that, like, I looked really good. But they were just such, like, it took so long and so much, like, pain and stress to put them in that, like, just didn't work out. But, like, I don't know. I remember the ones I had were green, and I have, like, a lot of pictures of myself. Like, I remember when I put them in, I, like, did makeup with it and stuff, and I looked really nice. My eyes were, like, this, like, very, like, bright, vibrant green. And it was very nice. Like, I'm trying to see if I can, like, find pictures of it right now so I can, like, describe it to you. But yeah, my eyes were like, yeah, they're like a very vibrant green. And yeah, that was a good color. That was a good color. I think maybe, I don't know. I'm looking at this now too, though. I'm like, maybe the ones I bought were like, because usually for color contacts, oftentimes, especially for like the circle lens type ones, usually the diameter of it will be a little bigger than your average eyeball, I guess. And like, that's part of the look. But also, it kind of makes it like, I guess makes it a little more difficult to put in. So yeah, maybe it's possible that these probably were like, I don't remember what the diameter was for these, but I think it might have been on the bigger end. So that maybe that was why I had so much like trouble putting them in, was just like, they were kind of on the bigger end compared to some other ones. Because I had a second pair. I had a second pair that I never got to wear. I'm really mad. Because, like, I had the first pair that was green, and then I had a second pair that was blue. And that second pair was, like, I bought it for an Utena cosplay, and I never got to use them for that. I think they were mildly bigger than the first pair, too, so, like, they were more difficult to put in. But they were, like, really, they had, like, a little rose print. They were blue, and they had a little rose print in them, and that was really pretty. It's a shame I never got to wear them, and I think, like, that was, like, way, way back, so I had to, like, throw them out anyway because they expired. But, like, I don't know. I'd be down to do it again. Yeah. Glasses don't bother me enough to overcome touching my eyeball. I don't know. I think because I wear makeup on a regular basis, I've actually, like I used to be also a huge, like, eyeball toucher. Like, I used to constantly be rubbing my eyes, but I think since I started wearing makeup, like, well, I guess because I've been wearing makeup regularly for years now, I feel like that just isn't something that happens to me anymore. It's not a problem I have anymore. Like, at some point, I guess you realize, like, oh, if I rub my eyes this much, like, the mascara is gonna, like, smudge halfway across my face, and then that just stops. The feeling just goes away. You know? It just solves itself. Yeah. It's just become more conscious of not touching your eyes at that point. Yeah. Well, because, like, you'll notice, I guess maybe if I touch my eyes now, I feel like it's usually just, like, the inner corner, maybe. If there's some, like, gunk or something that's built up there. But, like, yeah, I'm not, like, rubbing my eyes. Especially if I'm out. I think the other thing, too, is, like, I feel like if I'm gonna touch my eyes at all as well, like, I want to wash my hands, or at least use hand sanitizer first. I feel really gross if I'm, like, out in public. Like, if I'm out in public and my hands are not clean, I'm not going to touch my eye, no matter how much it itches. You know? I conditioned myself not to touch my eyes after some pretty bad eye infections. Yeah, I don't think I've ever had an eye infection, but I don't know. The possibility of getting an eye infection for me is low, but never zero. Like, it hasn't happened to me yet. I'm sure it'll happen someday, but not yet. But also, I am hand washing Eggy. I like when my hands are washed and when I wash them so that they are washed. You know? I do not eat things if my hands are not washed. I do not. Maybe I'll drink things since, like, the cup, like, my hand's not. It's not like my hand is like if I have a cup of coffee, my hand's not, like, directly in the coffee. That's different. But, like, what else will I do? I will wash. I will wash my hands before eating. I will wash my hands before touching my eyes. I will sometimes I even wash my hands before putting on, like, lipstick or something. Personally, I just prefer when my hands are washed. The burden of washing your hands is worthwhile for the reward of having washed hands. I don't know. I remember, like, I remember in 2020 when people were like, "Oh yeah, make sure to like wash your hands to prevent the spread of disease," and it's like, were you guys not doing that before? Were you guys not doing that before? Cooking, touch food, rinse, touch food, rinse. 50 rinses later, I'm done cooking. Yeah, that's what cooking is like for me. Like I feel like even when like it's between foods that don't, where like cross contamination isn't a problem. Like it's one thing if I'm cooking with meat or eggs, but like sometimes I'll just be like, I will like chop up some cheese and then I will rinse my hands, and then I will chop up some veggies and then I'll rinse my hands. Like I feel like even between foods that like aren't usually things that you have to worry about that kind of thing, I still do that. Hold on, let me have a stretch. I need to go back to the gym this week. I need to lock in this week. I know I say that like every week. What is this ominous BGM? This is a Tales of Symphonia playlist. Everything I've played so far has been Tales of Symphonia. I don't know. This is supposed to be Tales of Symphonia calm music, but you're right that this does not feel very calm. I think this is like a song. I think this is from like a dungeon. I think this was like a music from a dungeon. I don't know if I would call this relaxing. I think this is like I think this is a song that plays. I'm expecting to be getting a random encounter like anytime now. I'm pretty consistent when cooking to wash off the hands since years ago. Cut peppers, forgot about it, went to bathroom, burns, lesson learned. Ugh. Ugh. Yeah, I guess I don't cook with like hot peppers or anything. But yeah, if you're cooking with hot peppers, do not touch your eyes. Do not touch your eyes. But that was just crazy because I've been playing Tales of Berseria. Okay, yeah, maybe they might reuse some of like the similar music. But yeah, this is Symphonia. Which I have been playing offline. I have things to say, but I think I would wait until I'm finished the game because there is a lot that is still unknown. But yeah. Hand wash Eggy. Eggy says wash your hands. Wash your hands. Do not have germy hands. Or hands covered in foods. But yeah, I'm very close to the end and got spoiled on most of it anyway. Yeah, no, well, you see, but the difference is that I am about halfway through and have not been spoiled on most things. Or at least if I'm spoiled on things, I'm spoiled in such a vague way. You know, sometimes when you have, like, something where you see something that's, like, marked as a spoiler, but it's, like, such a vague spoiler that you don't know if it's, like, you're like, okay, this is a spoiler, but I have no idea what this means. You know? Or sometimes, like, that happens too, I've seen with, like, certain characters, and not just for Symphonia, but for other things too, where people will, like, mark a character's very existence as a spoiler, where you're like, okay, this is a spoiler, but, like, I don't know, this is just, like, a character. I don't know what they do. I don't know, like... Hello, Neil. Good morning. Because, yeah, I've seen that for other things. I'm trying to think of another good example. Yeah, is this actually a spoiler? Such a vague or inconsequential thing from an optional skit that doesn't matter. Yeah! Or, like, again, things that are spoilers but aren't gonna mean anything to you until you see them. Like for Symphonia, I don't think hot coffee memes count as spoilers because that's not gonna mean anything to you unless you've reached that point, right? it doesn't doesn't spoil anything. I can't believe Ryan Gosling appeared in Symphonia. I was like, it's Gosling time, I went Hulk mode. Yeah, I had Genus ice it for you. Exactly, but that's not gonna mean anything to anyone who hasn't reached that point in the game, you know? Yeah. No, because I feel like I experienced this for other things. Like, I've seen this for Umineko a lot, where people will mark something as a spoiler, but it's like a character that you don't meet until like 60% of the way through the story, where it's like I don't know, if you post a picture of Erika, is that a spoiler? I don't know, maybe. Like, is her existence a spoiler? I don't know, maybe. Like, if you just post a picture of her, but don't, like, elaborate on anything she does, I don't think that's a spoiler. Or, like, half of the cast of Fata Morgana is posting a picture of, like, Michelle Fata Morgana. Is that a spoiler? He's kind of an important character. But also, like, you don't see him until later. Is that a spoiler? I don't know. By that logic, nobody should ever look at, like, the official, like, Novect Twitter account until they finish the game. By that logic. Because, like, half of what they post would probably be considered a spoiler, you know? Or... I'm trying to think of other times where this has happened. I feel like it's a common issue, where it's like, okay... Can you spoil Mahjong? Let me see, what's a Mahjong spoiler? I guess... I don't know, maybe if you tell somebody all the Dora, that's a Mahjong spoiler. If you like cheat and look at all the Dora and know what they all are, that's a Mahjong spoiler. What's a Mahjong plot twist? I don't know. Like, what would you say is a Mahjong plot twist? But yeah, maybe well, you know what? Hold on. I need to start up Mahjong Soul because it was, like, updating before. I need to start up a game. Let's start up the Zhong so we can Zhong. Are you still NiceEggy today, or are you vulgar Twitter Eggy? Ah, yes, I said a swear word. I'm sorry. No, I think I'm nice today. See, I'm nice today because I think it's easier for me. It's easier for me to write down swear words. It's easier for me to write down swear words than it is for me to say them out loud, I feel. A free egg? I'll take it. Hello! Hello, Orfish. I am an egg. I am a free egg. For today. Tomorrow I am no longer free. I am busy again. Swear word? What the frick? Exactly. Okay, I put a tweet. It wasn't even on my main account. It was on my side account. I posted a tweet that had a swear word in it, and I'm like, I'm sorry. Let Eggy swear. No, here's the thing. It's not about letting me swear. No one is out here preventing me from swearing. I'm just not a very swearing person. Like, I've had times when I do collabs, I've had people say, they're like, oh, I want to make, like, I know Bodega has told me this, and also other people too. I've been like, oh, I can't swear if I'm on a stream with you. And I'm like, no, you're allowed to swear. Like, if you are collabing with me, I give you full permission to swear. Don't say, like, slurs or anything, but, like, you know, you can say bad word. That's allowed. I don't know. I guess maybe some people know that I don't swear much on stream and seem to think that this is out of, like... Yeah, same as Maple's rules. Yeah, like, for me, it's more just, like... When I don't swear on stream, it's because I'm just naturally not really a person who swears a ton, right? It's not out of some, like, commitment to family friendliness. It's not, like, commitment to the say-so. It's literally just I don't swear that much. I don't swear that much. Here's the Sailor Pass Go Wild. Okay, I guess thanks for giving me my swearing license, but, like, I don't think I need to make great use of it. You know? Like, again, Even people in real life will probably tell you I do not swear that much. Like, I don't know, I'm trying to think when I do swear. Because I don't go heckin' freaking shoot. Like, that's not what I do. I feel like maybe I do swear occasionally, but it's either when I'm alone, or maybe if I'm around someone I'm, like, really, really close with. Like, maybe I'll swear in front of, like, close friends, maybe. But I feel like streaming is, like... It's a little too public. It's a little too public, I think. I have the same policy, but my collab partners tend to take that as an opportunity to try not to swear. I mean, I guess some people like to challenge themselves. But you don't have to do that. Like, nobody's making you do that except you. Okay. Let me set up the zhong. Alright. Let me just check to make sure that this is set up properly. Oh, there we go. That was easy. That was easy. It was super easy. Let's go over there. There we go. We're zhonging now. We're zhonging now. Let's start this up. Oh yeah, the event is done. So I guess we're back to playing normal mahjong with normal amounts of points. All right, 66423. Get in here. Get in here. 66423. Let me say that on YouTube as well. Let's go. 66423. And I'll pin that. But I haven't logged into zhong for a month. Entire month of zhong. Zhongless month? No zhong. Did you get like grounded from zhong? But I got used to being professional in daily life, so I got used to not swearing as a habit. I don't know. If there's one thing I've learned in like the past year or so, it's that professional is extremely subjective. Like, one of the things I remember from my old job, right, was because everybody was in Microsoft Teams calls all the time. And I don't know if it was just the company where I was working, if, like, there was just, like, I don't know if like, people were either just more chill with swearing, or everyone was just angry all the time. But, like, I heard so much swearing from, like, people in the cubicles next to me in Microsoft Teams calls. I don't know if these guys were just, like, extremely stressed all the time, but, like, there was... maybe not like a ton of swearing, but like enough swearing that I'm like, is this really appropriate for a work environment? You know? Yeah. Oh yeah, I guess it is American Thanksgiving week. Oh right, I forgot about that. You guys have Thursday off? Is Thursday when people usually celebrate Thanksgiving? I forget. Yeah. All the time within our team, never on call with client customer. Yeah, I think it was usually all internal. Like, it was all for internal calls, or maybe, like, calls with other businesses. Like, it wasn't, like, with a customer. It was, like, with, I guess, another company they were working with. But still, even internally, I'm like... I don't know. I was under the impression that swearing is not appropriate for a professional environment. But... like, can we not just be passive-aggressive like a normal business should? We're going straight to the swearing. Fourth is Thursday of November. I got Thursday and Friday both off. Okay. Because I know here, usually people celebrate Thanksgiving on the Sunday or the Monday. Like, usually people will get... they will... I don't know, some places give Friday off. Like, when I was in high school, usually we would get Friday off. And then it's the weekend, and then people get Monday off. I actually think Thanksgiving Monday is a statutory holiday, so yeah. There's a fair amount of swearing in my last workplace. Tech does that to you, I guess. Yeah, because like, I wasn't even working in tech, but I'm like, I don't know. I guess I was always raised to believe, like, if you say a swear word at work, you will get fired immediately. And then these guys are just, like, dropping F-bombs in the middle of a Teams call. Or the entire office can hear them, mind you. Whoa, that was quick. That was speedy. Yeah, jeans and polos are baseline. We're not quite shorts, t-shirt, and flip-flops like West Coast. Yeah, I think we were jeans and polo office too. Like to the point that like if I was wearing like business casual for a while when I was working there, and like I felt overdressed like sometimes. Yeah. I do hope in my head that never publicly that hello, I hope you are well, but in my head I'm like, I hope this finds you before I do. As per my last email. But, I mean, to be fair, I guess maybe it was also because, like, that was one of the few times in my life where I've worked a job where we are not perpetually in earshot of customers. Because, like, I feel like if you're like, working in, like, a customer-facing position, in the sense, and, like, customer-facing in the sense that you're literally in the room with the customer, like, as opposed to, like, only contacting them through, like, a phone call or an email. Like, for that, I guess it's like, yeah, swearing is heavily frowned upon because the customers can quite literally hear you. Like, that's different, right? Retail history? I guess. Retail and also, like, customer service. Because, yeah, I did not mind mall customer service. I actually quite liked it. It is nice to interact with customers and not have to sell them anything. Yeah, I just don't cuss anyway, so it's easier. My inability to put on a customer face is the pain point, which I've gotten better at only over several years. I don't know. I think I've been told my neutral face is rather friendly, so I guess I've never had that problem. I don't know, though. I feel like maybe for me it's more just like... I have been told off before for, like, yapping too hard at customers, I guess. Like, especially when we had, like, promotions and stuff going on, I would, like, yap a little too hard. I'd be like, blah, 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 and the customer would be like... Nah! Yeah. Resting friend face. I don't know, because I'm like... I guess just resting neutral face. I don't know, I feel like for a while, maybe less so now, but like I remember for a while I felt like I had like resting smug face. But maybe that was just like when I looked at myself in pictures. Because like I felt like every time I would look at a picture, like a candid picture, where I was like looking somewhat in the direction of the camera, I would look really weirdly smug. Like I had perpetually had like the face of someone who just won an argument kind of thing, right? I don't know why. It went away eventually. But yeah, I would notice that it was also only, I know it was resting face because like it would only come up in candid photos. If I tried to pose for a picture, it would go away. But like, yeah, eternally self-satisfied. I think less so now. Why is this? This is the game over music. Why is this in the? Why is this in the like calm music compilation? That was game over music. That's what plays when your whole party dies. But I don't know. I think the thing with customer service as well is like, I noticed this when I was mall customer service, and I've been noticing this at my current job as well. Because sometimes we have to redirect people to mall customer service because people will come up to us assuming that we are customer service, and sometimes there are things we can help them with, like if they're asking like where a store is, we can like look that up for them. But like sometimes if it's like asking a question about something that's too specific, then we have to redirect them to customer service. And every single time, people for some reason are like very averse to asking customer service for anything. I don't know why. You got employed? Yes, only for the short term though, only for the holidays. And it's for a position that will like stop existing after Christmas. Like it's like, so at least for the next few months, I am eggployed. That's why I've been streaming less lately. I started last week. Yeah, seasonal egg employment. So I will at least have some income. Seasonal, yeah. But yeah, I have to like hubris. People don't want to look weak by asking for help. No, but like, okay. When I worked in mall customer service a few years ago, sometimes, especially around the holidays, they would ask us to do like rounds of the mall where they were just like, here's a walkie-talkie, just like walk around. Like if you see a spill, maybe like report it to cleaning. Or, you know, if you see something that might warrant security, then like call security. But they were also like, okay, if you see somebody who looks lost or people who are staring at a map, you should like offer to give them directions. And every time I would do this, like I would see somebody who was like looking at the map, trying to figure out where something is. And I would be like, hey, are you like, can I help you? Like, can I help you find, are you looking for anywhere specific? And without fail, the other person would like walk away as quickly as possible. Like, even for like a simple question, like, you know, like, where is Sephora? Like, no, I know where that, I can help you with that. Maybe they assumed we were trying to sell them something, maybe? That's like that's the only reason I could think for like why somebody who was lost would be like, do not give me directions, do not speak to me. Oh, hello, Zelly. But yeah, like we've regularly had, okay, the other day, because the other thing too is like from where I'm working, customer service is like within view. Like there's like a staircase and it's just like straight up from there, right? So a lot of the times it's very easy to point people there because they can, you know, they can literally see it, right? And I remember like there was one, I swear, there was like one lady I talked to where she came in like first thing in the morning. So I didn't have the computer set up, so I couldn't look for it. Because usually I have a map of the mall pulled up so I can just like search for something in the computer if I need to. But it was like first thing in the morning, I didn't have the computer set up yet. So she comes up and she's like, oh, where is this thing? And I told her, I'm like, I don't know off the top of my head, but if you ask customer service upstairs, then they'll be able to tell you. And she just like, she looks up and then she looks back down and then she just like asks a random passerby if he knows where this thing is. And I'm like, he didn't know either. Like, I don't know why you're so averse to, like, it wasn't even like, I mean, I guess it's a staircase, but to be fair, I guess there was also an elevator, like, right nearby. You could have just asked them, and they would know the answer. That's their job. Like, there's a deck builder humble bundle as a rogue, like, Mahjong game. Demonic Mahjong. So wait, rogue like Mahjong game is it like another Mahjong Balatro attempt? Hylatro? I hate going to my Bass Pro Shop because they have these people selling like African safari trips. Like, my man, I'm here for $2 fishing lures. I can't afford distro. I know it's like one of those things where it's like I know that it's like they're being specifically directed by management to do this. Because, like, I don't know. I've worked retail positions before where they wanted us to be, like, offering certain things to every single customer, even ones that, like, were pretty... you know, objectively not interested. And we had to do it anyway, and I'm just like, nah. I'm simply not doing that. Like, I don't know. I've had a job before where the store had its own credit card. And they wanted us to, like, I guess promote the credit card to every customer. But, like, I don't know. I didn't particularly like doing that. Because, like, you would get a discount on your purchase if you opened an account. But the thing is that, like, I don't know. To me, opening a credit card account feels like a pretty big deal and something you should, like, think about a little longer. But, like, there were also lots of people who would be like, oh, I get a discount if I do that? Okay. And then just, like, open up an entire credit card. And I was like, I don't know. Something about this feels yucky, but I'm not sure exactly what, you know? But, yeah. You have to... That's to the airlines who advertise their credit cards at the end of their flights. Yeah, it's like, what am I gonna do? Get a credit card on a plane? Like, again, that's like a thing you have... to me, at least, a credit card is something you should, like, think about before getting. Like, you gotta look at your options. You gotta look at, like, what are your goals? What is financially, what does it look like right now for you? Like, the idea of, like, people should open credit cards on a whim is, like, a weird thing. Like, I don't know. It is a little sus. I'm not a fan of it. It's the same thing when I've had, like, because I've also been to other stores that have, like, their own credit cards. Like, I think Walmart does that a lot, where there's, like, people... I feel like this is why I keep going through self-serve, because at least self-serve lets me, like, skip over that screen instead of having somebody be like, would you like Walmart credit card? Walmart credit card? Walmart credit card? Have you considered Walmart credit card? But yeah, that's how you get into debt. I don't know. I think the thing is, personally, I'm not a fan of using credit card. I have one because, like, my bank, like, auto-approved me for a Visa. Like, if you had a student account, I think you would automatically get approved for a Visa. But I don't know. I think the thing is like, I like when I spend money and it comes directly out of my account. I know that, like, if you're responsible with your credit card, then you're, like, not using it for purchases that you can't pay off. That I know. Which is why I'd rather just skip that intermediary step and just go straight to, you know, just spend the money directly from my debit card. Like, I feel like the credit card, I mostly use it. I use it for public transit sometimes. And then I use it for, I use it for credit, or I use it for, sometimes if I'm paying for something online and they don't take, like, Visa debits. That's the only two uses, pretty much, is like, ah! It's like, place won't take my debit, or bus. That's like the only two uses for it I have right now. Man. Oh wow, okay, that is... I think that's the fanciest animation I've seen for, like, a winning screen like this. Good job to Vocal. Thank you for playing Sleep Man. And Claire. I too am the sleep man. I often feel like the sleep man. But I'm a woman. I'm the sleep woman. Yeah, I love this skin. Yeah, that's like a fancy animation. I think that's like the fanciest animation I've seen for any of these, like, winning things. Winning animations. Yeah. I have one credit card I've had since college. I'm in my 30s now. My credit is fine. I lived off rice and beans and PB&J for a couple years. Yeah, like, I don't know. People are like, oh, use credit cards to get your credit score up. And I'm like, I don't know. I feel like the more responsible thing is to make money and then only spend the money that you already have, you know? The dishes call me now. Have dishes. Enjoy your dishes. I mean, I don't know if enjoy is the right word. I hope your dishwashing is bearable. I hope you can withstand the burden of having to wash the dishes. Wow. I've used store credit cards for one-time big purchases that give me a deep discount for getting one, but I pay it off, cancel it right after, and don't buy a bunch of stuff. But I stopped doing that because apparently it won't show up on credit report if I do that, and I want a good credit history. Yeah, I probably would look a little suspicious if you're just constantly opening and closing accounts, too. Yeah, get a card, put subscriptions only on it, forget it exists otherwise. If you can't trust yourself to do that, then don't get the card. Yeah, exactly, like... Or, okay, actually there is one other use I've found for credit cards, is if you travel internationally. I've had a lot more luck with... Like, in Japan, you know, things would take cash. There was, for debit card, there was like a 50-50 chance that they would take my Canadian debit, but they almost always took my Canadian Visa. I think for traveling, credit cards work a little better, because for some reason, like, they're less likely to, I feel like they're less likely to, like, not be accepted when you go abroad. At least that's what I found. But yeah, you kind of need credit for big loans like mortgages. I know, that's the whole annoying thing. It's like, here's a thing that, like, provides no benefit, but also you have to use it. You're obligated to use it, otherwise you can't do anything. I don't know. I think the thing is like... I've also heard about people talking about, like, oh yeah, you need to open up, like, more lines of credit for yourself. But I'm like, that's not money, that's credit, right? That's different. I have hot dog debt with DoorDash, buy now, pay later. I've never used buy now, pay later, I don't think. I don't think I've ever used that for anything. I think the closest thing I've ever used to buy now, pay later is, like, if I pre-order stuff. Because sometimes for certain things I've had where they, like, if it's a pre-order, they don't charge you until you, like, it shows up in their warehouse. I've had that. Like, I think especially, I feel like some figure places work like that, where you can, like, reserve one but not pay for it until later. But it's not like buy now, pay later. It's more just like, you know, this thing doesn't release for another 7 months, so if you decide to cancel it between now and then, it's easier to do it this way so we don't have to figure out refunds, kind of thing. Yeah, one line of credit is fine for emergencies. Better to have it and not need it than to, like, need it and not have it. I don't see the need for multiple. Yeah, I don't know, because some people are like, it's good to have more lines of credit, but I'm like, that's not money, that's credit. That's not technically your money. I mean, in an emergency, it's good, but, like, I would rather just have money. I'd rather look at my bank account and have number going up, you know? Walmart credit card? Yeah, Walmart has one. I don't know if that's, like, a thing in other countries, or if that's just, like, a US-Canada thing, where it feels like every store now has its own credit card. And some of them are useful. Like, I guess my mom has a credit card for her grocery store, and that lets her, like, you know... She honestly uses it more as, like, a points card than anything else. Basically, it just, like, allows you to get, like, cash back that you can use for grocery. But... that's the latest version imaginable. I've pre-ordered some games that way. It's also a reasonable size purchase of like $100 max. Yeah, that's true. Like, you're not like spending thousands of dollars on like buy now, pay later. I've also seen, I don't know. I know it's also pretty common. Like, I've heard this is actually an issue for a lot of Lolitas in China, because a lot of Chinese Lolita dresses, they're released in like limited releases, right? But what they do is that they'll usually do it as like a pre-order. So you do like a deposit, like a small deposit. Usually it's like, you know, some $10-ish kind of, and then you get charged for the rest of the dress once it releases. But there's a lot of times people will like, because it's such a small amount of money to commit, a lot of people will be like, oh yes, this looks cute, and releases like next spring. Let me put in like, you know, my little $10, and then they get hit with like the like $60 charge later because it's like, oh right, the rest of the dress. I forgot that there's like another charge here. Very angry at credit score stuff because up until the 70s there was not a credit score. You didn't need credit to buy homes, and now you need it because I know people can be irresponsible and that interest makes people of dubious morals to get rich. I don't know. To me, it's more just like I guess it's like, I understand that's like, okay, if people are lending money to you, they want to make sure that you can like pay it back. But I don't know. I don't know. Even at, like, okay, maybe this is just like me thinking like a child, but like in my mind, I always thought like, okay, if you want to buy something, you save up enough money to be able to buy it, and then you buy it. And in my mind, like, the idea of like, I guess maybe because houses are so expensive, but I'm like, I feel like, you know, if I go to like the store and I buy like, I don't know, a Nintendo Switch 2, I'm gonna, you know, you save up enough money to buy the Switch 2, and then you spend it all at once. Like, buy now, pay later was not like a thing until like more recently, right? So the idea of like a house is like, oh, actually you don't afford a house. You don't save up for a house and then buy the house. You save up for like the deposit, and then you have to like take out a loan, even if you like, so then like if you can't pay all the house at once, that's for some reason not allowed. Or I guess, I don't know, maybe it is allowed if you have enough money. Like, because in my mind I'm like, okay, if a house costs like, I don't know, like $100,000, is it not possible to just save up $100,000 and then buy the house for $100,000? Like, to me that would make more sense. But I don't know, maybe things are just too expensive these days to like, for things to work like that. Like, it's not allowed because it would be too low of interest to make any money. For who, though? Because in my mind, I'm like, the people who would be making money should be, like, the person selling the house. Or at the very least, maybe the real estate agent who's, like, helping them with that. Well, if only you could earn that much quickly enough. I guess. Again, 100,000 was just my example number, but... yeah, I can save up 100K over like 20 years if I don't pay rent. I don't know, is this like a new thing, or was there like always... like, again, maybe this is like 5-year-old logic of like, you need to have enough money to buy the thing if you want to buy the thing. Because like, is this like a new thing because houses are expensive? Or like, has it always been like, we're gonna price this in a way that makes you have to like jump through 5 different hoops to do this? Houses have always been loan sale, that's why we had 2008. Fair, that's true. But yeah, Canada and the US are very different housing markets. I think that's true as well. Because like, I don't know. I don't know if... because like in Canada we have credit scores. I don't know if it factors into things as much as it does in the States. Like, I don't know. It definitely does factor in. I don't know if it's like a thing that will determine if your life is good or not, though. The same way it seems to be in the States. Because, yeah. I think it's good logic. Houses are so stupidly expensive, you waste so much more saving while paying rent than just buying, unless your mortgage will be astronomical like now. But yeah, no, because I think, I'm trying to think too, like... because we have credit score... on the other hand, though, I don't know. I don't know how much, like, the average Canadian has in debt versus the average American. Because I feel like a lot of the things that, like, put Americans into massive amounts of debt either don't exist in Canada or don't exist to the same degree. Like, I think, like, I guess you can have medical debt here, but, like, it's less common because more things are covered. And if you have a job, insurance will cover the rest of it. But... Or same with student debt. Like, I guess people in Canada still have student debt, but, like, not to the degree that Americans seem to have it. Like... I hear about, like, American student debt, and I'm like... What is... Ready? Okay. Did you wash your hands? We had this whole conversation earlier. A lot of Canada's housing issue is not a lot of livable land to build on. That's true. We're like half of it is Arctic. No one's building houses there. You cannot live on a glacier. Yeah. The US issue is private equity. Ah, of course. I probably did. What do you mean you probably did? Did you or did you not? You literally just got back from the bathroom. That's fair. I also do a lot of things where I'm just like, I think I did this, but I don't remember doing it. Do you ever do the thing? I feel like sometimes lately I've been doing this with, like, if I have, like, a hair straightener on or, like, the stove on and then I turn it off, man, I will, like, literally, like, look up and I will, like, say out loud, like, I have turned off the hair straightener. It's like a save point. It's like a save point because I know I'm not going to remember having turned off the hair straightener, but I will remember having said I turned off the hair straightener out loud. I feel like it's like I have to have like a save point for like what I did, you know? Or it's like I have to do this so that my brain will remember that I did in fact turn off the hair straightener. So I'm not like sitting on the bus later like, did I turn off the hair straightener? You know, did I turn off the stove? I do the two-finger point at eye, two-finger point at stove thing. Ah, okay, yeah, I guess everyone has their own, like, way of saving. Way of making a save state. Ooh, I'm gonna need to pour myself some water because I refilled the kettle at the beginning of the stream and then I proceeded to forget to actually pour myself any water. Maybe I'll do that now since I'm in Reachy. I got free hands now. I'm in Reachy. The game is automatically discarding. I just have to click back in if I win. I got time. Oh. There we go. She will miss her discard. No, I will not. No, I will not. I know what I'm doing. Ugh. I have water. I have snacks here for later. I'm surprised he didn't have auto win on. I didn't even realize that was an option. How have I been playing this game for like years and did not know that was an option? The R on the left is auto win. Ah, okay. See, I didn't even know what any— oh, okay. I did not know what any of these letters meant. I was like, ah, Arcde. That's okay. Arcde. 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 It's like a Prindle. Credit card. Finance. Ooh, finance. We're on Tales of Symphonia BGM today, aren't we? We are. This is supposed to be a playlist of calm Symphonia songs, but I think they're using like a very loose definition of the word calm. Because like this is calm, but earlier there was like dungeon music. Or there was also, I think, like the game over music. Like, I think they're a very loose definition of calm. This is calm but mildly unsettling. Like I said, it's using a very loose definition. Really? It's like, I don't know, was there not— I don't know. I guess it's not that calm of a game. Like, it's not like Animal Crossing levels of calm. Like, there's some tension. Okay. I was like, I feel like this is going to kill me, and then it did. Dungeon music is calm if you're overleveled and farming the goblins for loot. I guess, but I don't know. I feel like Symphonia, maybe I'm just like playing it weird, but I feel like it's hard to be overleveled in Symphonia. Like, unless maybe if you go out to the field and just like farm for like 9,000 years. But like, I feel like it's really, because of the order that you have to do things in, I feel like it's pretty uncommon to be overleveled for something. Are you playing it currently? Yeah, I've been playing it off stream. I am, where am I right now? I just finished, I can't remember the name of places. Zap Zap Electricity Temple, not Temple. Oh, that's not Zelda, that's Zelda. Zap Zap Electricity Dungeon, where you fight the big ball of electricity at the end. I just got past that. That's where I'm at. It's so long ago. I forget where that is. It's in the second half, I guess. Second half of the game. I also earlier just got past the mines. The mines were very silly. The mines are very silly to me because I don't know what comes over the entire party when you're in the mines, but like your party will like go up to the entrance of it and it would be like, it seems the security system is broken. And then Lloyd will just be like, yeah, let's beat up the door. And everyone's like, yeah, great idea, Lloyd. And I'm like, What? And then they get to later where they get to find the thing, like, because they go into the mines to look for something, right? And then when they get to the place where it could be, there's like a bunch of boxes, and they're like, okay, it could be in one of these boxes, but we don't have time to search through all of them. So Lloyd's like, yeah, let's just blow them all up until we find what we're looking for. And then everyone's like, yeah. And I'm like, what? Huh? Huh? I mean, to be fair, I guess the character who was the voice of reason in the party is currently not present with you when you're in the mines. So I guess maybe that's why everyone is suddenly just like, yeah, great idea, Lloyd. Let's just blow everything up. I lost Symphonia save because my PS3 HDD died. Oh yeah, I'm playing it on Nintendo Switch. Okay, my one complaint about the Switch port is that, first of all, I'm playing it in Japanese because the English voice, for whatever reason, is like super crunchy. I don't know what they did to the English voice lines. Because like, I know maybe it's because it was like an older game and maybe they didn't have a way of like remastering the old voice lines. But like, I don't know why. The Japanese sounds fine, but the English ones sound very, very crunchy for some reason. That's complaint. Second complaint is that, and this is like entirely on me because I usually play it in handheld mode. But the problem is that like, so there's a lot of dungeons and even like other places in the game, like the forest, that are like very dark, right? Because, you know, either they're underground or they're in a shady area or this is like a thing that happens at night. But the problem with when things are dark is that, like, they get really, like, it's hard to see because, like, the Switch's brightness, like the screen brightness is not that high. Even set to the highest, it's not that high. So I find what will happen is that, like, things that probably would have shown up fine on a TV in the original, because the original would have been played on, like, an actual, like, TV, probably would have showed up fine there. Very difficult to play on Switch because, like, I just can't see anything. I have to, like, squint. Like, I barely made it through the sewers. I got stuck in the sewers at a couple points because I straight up could not see what was ahead of me because it was like dark because they were in the sewers. It's like, oh, I just need to go over here. Oh no, I can't go over here because apparently there's no more platform there. How was I supposed to know that? I don't know. If I would have been able to see. But you get to fight giant rats. You get to fight a rat in the dungeon. That's kind of fun. Not in the dungeon, in the sewers. That's kind of fun. Fight a rat. A rat. Yay! Let's all steal points from Punk Asian. Let's steal all his points. Ooh, yay, yeah, yippee. Okay. But, yeah. We fight a rat. Oh, that reminds me, I need to book things for the Magfest. Speaking of rats, I need to figure things out. Because, okay, so you remember how Beba had a subathon a few months ago? And one of the subathon rewards, if she hit a certain point, was Eggy comes to New York. So when we arranged it, I was kind of operating, I think we were kind of both operating with the assumption that she would not get to that point in the subathon, because it was one of like the really further on goals. I think it was like 900 subs or something. Like it was like very further on. And so like I was kind of operating with the assumption of like, yeah, that's probably not gonna happen. And then she was like, and then she messages me partway through the subathon. She's like, yeah, we hit 900. We hit 900. You are now coming to New York. And I'm like, oh, okay. So I now need to, what I was thinking of doing was like, going to New York for a few days before MagFest, doing stuff with Beba, and then I guess from there I would like get to MagFest somehow via trains or whatnot. So yeah, that's what I was thinking of doing. But yeah, I need to actually like book that. I need to figure out what's happening for MagFest too. I still did not get tickets. If any of you know somebody who was going to go to MagFest and can no longer go, please redirect them to me. Redirect them to me. No. Are they out of tickets? Okay, so they sold out like a few weeks ago. I was actually streaming when they sold out. Somebody came in, I think somebody came in chat or I like opened Twitter for 2 seconds and said, oh, MagFest tickets are sold out. And I'm like, I'm sorry, what? Because they sold out last year too, but they sold out like way, way closer to the event. Like I think it was like a week or two before the event. They sold out. But this year they sold out like several weeks ago. Like, I think like 3 weeks ago? Like they sold out much faster. And like a lot of people are in a similar situation to me. It's not clear why they sold out faster this year. Like, I'm not sure if it's a situation of just, like, the thing is more popular now, or if it was, like, a scalper situation, or what, but, like, yeah, I was like, oh, okay, so, I know a lot of people have gotten kind of blindsided by that, so, yeah, if anybody knows somebody who, can no longer go to MagFest, if anybody has somebody who, you know, something else came up, please point them in my direction. I will buy your MagFest ticket off of you if you are willing to sell it. Because that's the other thing with MagFest as well, is they have a system. They have their own system for, like, transferring badges between people. So it's not like other conventions where, like, if you buy a ticket and then you can't go for whatever reason, you're just kind of, like, stuck like that. There is, like, a system for, like, essentially, like, transferring it between people. So, like, yeah, if somebody has something, like, if somebody buys a ticket and then they can't go, it's fairly easy to, like, to transfer it between people. A lot of some events at least do that. I know, it's kind of convenient. I know that there's, like, the downside, because some people are like, oh, it can, like, enable scalping. And, like, to a certain extent, yes, but I'd rather have that than to have, like, you know... Because, like, I feel like it also, like, encourages people to make bad decisions. Right? Like, if you buy a ticket for an event, and then, like... I don't know, like, it's like, okay, if you get sick... You're gonna be like, well, I spent all this money trying to get to this event, let me just go and spread germs. Or you have cases where it's like, somebody, like, bought a ticket, but then, like, didn't book their hotel or flight or anything, and then now they have to, like, spend money that they don't have because they're like, well, I bought the thing already. Yeah. Woo! Whoa. Okay, that's not a big win. Okay, it's not really a big win for either of us, but that's fine. There we go. Congratulations, Zully. On a medium-sized win. Rest in peace to Penbu. We're very sorry, Penbu. Yeah. At least I got second. There you go. Thank you for playing. GG. GG. Not last, let's go! It's an improvement! Yeah. You gotta deal with thieves spoofing emails like, we need your code to verify your ticket crap and then transfer it to themselves or something. they have a system. Their system, apparently how it works is that, like, there's, like... Because the concern is not actually, like, we need your code to verify your ticket. It's actually more, the code is something you have to ask for before you transfer it. I don't know. I saw on their Discord server, they had, like, a whole instruction manual for, like, doing that. Essentially, the code is something you have to ask for before. The code is not a ticket, but you have to show them the code as basically verification that the ticket exists. Because if anything, the people who are trying to buy tickets are actually more in danger of being scammed than people who are trying to sell tickets. It's actually much easier to get scammed in the process of trying to buy a ticket than it is to get scammed in the process of selling a ticket. But yeah, yeah. But yeah, no, if anybody knows somebody who needs to sell a MagFest ticket, contact me immediately. Because, like, I don't know, I'm going there regardless, I guess. It's just, like, I'm gonna feel really weird if I'm just, like, wandering around in the area because I don't have a ticket. Because they're also, the other thing, too, is they're kind of trying to crack down on, like, what they called, like, lobby conning, where, because I guess they were dealing with crowding, in the first floor of the Gaylord, so I was like, okay. I can't even get into the building. Can't even, like, stand around and chill there. So I'm like, okay, please, can I have, if anybody is ticket to sell? Please. Please. It would be nice and good. It would be nice and good. Yeah. I don't think the MagFest Discord server did have, like, a channel. I'm trying to find it. Because I feel like they did have a channel for, like, buying and selling tickets. And now I can't seem to find it. Like, did they disable it? Or... Unfortunate. Unfortunate. Yippee! Yippee! Bleh. Alright. I don't know. Let me see. What time is it? It's not that. We haven't been going for that long. It's time for Mahjong. It's Mahjong time. Not Mahjong, but Mahjong. More. More. Good morning, Baxter Crook. Eggy singing. La 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 la. Oh god, I need to take a day this week. Maybe that'll be a day where I can't stream, because I think I'm gonna need to take a day this week to do nothing but, record Christmas stuff. Because I feel like I am currently in at least 2, maybe 3, possibly 4 different Christmas things. Like I feel like I'm in so many different like Christmas projects, because I keep being like, yes, I think I will record another Christmas Carol. I would like to be in your showcase. I would like to. So yeah, I need to just like have a day to just like sit down. It's her season. True. This is the only like, okay, Bloom will probably tell you the same thing. Like, this is like the highest like like, this is the most that you will get in terms of choirs. Like, this is choir season. This is a season when people are like, you know, actually, I do want to be in a choir. That's high demand egg, yeah. This is the one season people remember that, like, classical music exists. Like... Yeah, it's okay. I value Eggy year round. If I tend to ask you to join my Hanukkah choir, we're just gonna put in all the holidays. We're gonna put in all the holidays. But yeah, no, I just need to like record like 4 Christmas songs in one day, so that I can like submit to all the Christmas projects that I'm like, cause like there's at least 2 I'm confirmed for. There's another one that I'm waiting to hear back from, and there's another one that was like brought up to me, but like I still need more details. So I'm like. Again, it's Eggy Christmas time. It's time for Christmas music. It's the one time of year when people want to hear, like, classical Christmas carols. You know? Yeah. Yeah. Christmas. Christmas. Let me drink some more water. Maybe it is snack time. Maybe it is snack time. It's almost 1 p.m. Yeah, maybe it's snack time. Eggy snack time. Beef jerky time. I don't know. I'm like... I need to go back to the gym. I need to go back to the gym this week. I want to... I don't know. I'm like... Part of me is like, I feel like it's going to be very difficult to stay within calorie limits during this time of year. Especially since I'm working. So I'm like, part of me is just like, should I just, like, be eating a little more every day? Like, are we doing eggy bulking now? Like, because I feel like I'm like, okay, what if I just, like, don't stick to the calorie limit super, like, super strictly, but then I just, like, do something different at the gym? Like, I don't know. Because I'm like, okay. What do, like... I know everyone's like, okay, Eggy, you have to do... like, weights and muscle stuff as well as just aerobics. And I'm like, okay, thank you, but, like... which ones? I look at the machines at the gym and I'm like, that's certainly, that's certainly a machine. I don't know. Just do arms? Lots of them? I only have 2. 8 arms? What do you think, I'm a spider? The heavy one. What's that one tweet? There was that one tweet that was like, just did some bullshit at the gym. No idea which muscle groups were targeted. That's how it feels when I use the machines. Because, like, at least when it's like when I'm using, like, when I'm doing aerobics, it's like, okay, yeah, that's running. I know what that does. Whereas, like, when I'm using the weight machine, I'm like, I don't know what a shoulder press is. Probably works the shoulders. But I could be wrong. Because, like, I feel like it's easy enough for me to find, like, information on, like, home workouts. Like, here's some exercises to do at home for that. But, like, no, I'm trying to look for stuff to do at the gym. I just need, like, somebody to make a list of, like, go to the gym and use, like, these machines for this amount of time. You know, this many times a week. Because that, I'm completely lost. Like, just become muscles eggy for a bit. Is there no instructors? I don't know if I've seen any. Like, obviously the gym has, like, employees, but, like, I can't say I've seen, like, fitness instructors. Usually when if I see fitness instructors, they're usually teaching a class, right? Like, it's like for, like, Aquafit, or, like, I think they have, like, a spin class, I think. Usually the instructors are teaching something specific. Like, it's not like they're just, like, wandering around. I'm sure there's somebody you can ask if you have questions, but I can't just be, like, you know, walking up to them on the spot and like, hey, can you make an entire workout plan for me, like, now? Like, hello, I need you to tell me what to do. Maybe, I don't know. Do you guys think I can lock in enough? Nah, actually that'd be a little complicated. Because I'm like... Because there's some days where I start work at noon instead of, at 9. And I'm like... Can I lock in enough? I don't know. I'd have to really, really lock in, though. Because I'm like, can I lock in enough to, like... You know, go to the gym in the morning? And then go to work after that? But I feel like that'd be a little complicated. I guess I would have to bring my entire gym bag to work. Like, I would have to, like, wake up, go to the gym, work out, shower, do all my hair and makeup, like, at the gym. Then I would have to eat lunch, and then I would have to get to work. And that's all before, like, noon. I'm like, I don't know. I'm just like, okay. I'm like, Like, if I calculate how much time that would take. So if it's about, like, give or take 45 minutes to an hour to get from the gym to work. So that would be, so I would have to be done, I'd have to be on the bus by 11. Which means that, like, I would have to be done eating. Maybe that wouldn't work. Maybe if I packed a snack that I could eat on the bus. When did the gym open? Oh, the gym opens, like, super early. Like, I think the gym opens at, like, 7 in the morning or something. Because a lot of people will do, like, workouts before they go to work. That's not uncommon. Like, actually, let me look it up. I'm pretty sure, yeah, it opens, like, really, really early. Open, what are their hours? Oh yeah, they open at like 6 a.m. on weekdays. They're open early. That's not my concern. Yeah. That sounds exhausting. Because I know it's not impossible. Because I know, like, again, when I was in school, sometimes I would go and I would work out and I would somehow manage. But again, then my classes would have been at, like, you know, 1 or 2:30 in the afternoon, not noon. So yeah, 4 hours at the gym is possible if you wanted to. Well, it's more like, okay, so if I wake up at like, I have to wake up at like 7. I have to wake up at 7, eat breakfast. I guess like if I go to the gym, I guess how long do I work out? Like an hour? So assuming I get to the gym around like 7:45, which even then is kind of, that's gambling numbers. That's gambling numbers. So if I wake up at 7, get to the gym like 7:45-ish, before 8. If I work out for an hour or so, that would take me to 9. Then probably tack on another like half hour, 45 minutes maybe for, you know, post-workout stuff, you know, like showering, makeup and so on. Then that would take me to 10? That would take me to like just before 10. Which I guess would give me an hour to eat lunch. That'd be a very early lunch. But it would give me like an hour for that. And maybe... It'd be tight, but it would be doable. Like, let me see. Let me calculate. Hold on. I'm pulling up Google Maps here. I gotta pull up Google Maps so I can see the directions of like how long it takes to get from the gym to work. So, oh, okay. So it's shorter. Okay, but if I want to arrive by noon tomorrow, okay, that's shorter than I thought. It's less than 45 minutes. So I would technically have until like 11:15 or 11:20. So that's a little more time than I thought I would have. I don't know. It'd be tight. How's the games going? Pretty good. We're doing okay. Do you want to play? You can play. The code is pinned. If you are ready and willing to be jonging. You suffer through the horror of jonging. Yeah, speedrun strat, wear a mask, so you only have to do makeup on above the mask line. Well, here's the thing. Though. Like, the thing with makeup with masks is that, like, the thing that's time-consuming when I'm doing my makeup in the morning is not... It's not the rest of my face. It's that, like, most makeup is kind of concentrated on a few different places, right? It really doesn't take me that long to put on concealer or foundation on my face, but, like, it's the eyes, right? And, like, if you're wearing a mask, that's, like, the one part of your face that's showing, right? Is the eyes. Just gotta download the patch. Oh no! Yeah, I had to do the same thing earlier. I hope your internet is very speedy. Yeah, but yeah, no, like, eye makeup is the thing that is, like, that kind of takes up all the time when it comes to doing makeup. And those are like, that's the one part of your face that's showing when you're wearing a mask, you know? Whoa, which chicken guy? Chicken guy. Chicken. So look at all those chickens. I don't know. I've been watching, I feel like I keep getting recommended like Vine compilations lately. And I'm like, I don't know. I feel like some of them feel kind of outdated now, but then now like looking at it, I'm like, I don't know. Vine, yeah. Oh, let's go. Okay. Because okay, the thing I was thinking about with Vine recently is how like, because the other thing I started getting recommended was these compilations of TikToks, where people would cut them to like Vine length, because the Vine length was what, like 6 seconds? So people would take like TikToks that, you know, maybe were a little longer than 6 seconds. Like maybe they were like, you know, 15, 20 seconds, and they would basically just cut it down to 6 seconds. And some of them work almost better at 6 seconds. I feel like Vine, like the 6-second rule, a TikTok can be what, like 10 minutes or something now? That's absurd. That's absurd. Like, I don't know. I think Vine's biggest strength was the fact that it was 6 seconds. Because I feel like I noticed this on TikTok before, where sometimes, like, I just feel like people will make a joke that would have been funnier if it was shorter, you know? Where it's like, this would have been a funny punchline if you cut it off after, like, 10 seconds, but you kept it going, and then the joke just kind of, like, awkwardly peters off. Yeah, 10 minutes. There's no way you can keep a dopamine high for that long. I know, I feel like it's kind of stretching the definition of short form video. Because, like, when I was using TikTok, 1 minute was the max. And then I think they moved it up to, like, 2 or 3 minutes. But I don't know, at some point I feel like this stops being short form video, you know? But on the other hand, though, back when I was using TikTok and, like, the, when the limit was 1 minute, there was a lot of times where people would have to make, like, multi-parters of stuff. And that got very annoying very quickly. Especially in a place like TikTok where you're likely to be fed stuff without context. So a lot of the time people would, like, there'd be, like, a video that would come onto your feed and it would be, like, part 3 of a 5-part, like, ongoing series. And you have to, like, go back and, like, find on the person's profile to hunt for, like, the first 2 parts. Like, that was annoying. You can make playlists now. That's, like, a feature that they started that they didn't have at the time. But... yeah. I'm smack dab in the middle of the luck calendar for next year. I need to look at the luck calendar. I haven't looked yet. I know it exists. I know it's out, but... I don't know. Well, I have... Imagine being, like, #1 on the luck calendar. Like, congratulations, you have the luckiest birthday. I feel like I would go into the year with so much confidence. I feel like I'm always somewhere in the middle. But then again... like, I feel like most people are somewhere in the middle. Ooh! Yippee! Oh yeah, and I think, did I turn on auto win? No, I did. Okay, now I can just chill for like 9,000 years until I win. That was really early reachy. I'm so jonging. I'm so jonging. I'm really jonging. Ah, so jonging. But yeah, I don't know. Do you believe I can lock in? I hope I can lock in. I need to be locked in. I need to be more locked in. But then again, I feel like everybody says that about themselves. I don't think there's a single person alive who's like, nah, I think I'm locked in enough, I'm good. I feel like everyone thinks they need to be more locked in. Someone gets sumo over in her Shanghai? No. I mean, I guess there's lots of time for that to happen, but that also means that there's tons of time for somebody to put down the tile I need. No. See? Wait, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I got hit with a chicken. The grind demands it. It's like, I don't know. I mean, I guess I don't feel the need to be on the grind, but like, I don't know. You can lock in without being necessarily on the grind. I don't know, maybe it's just like vibes though, because like, I feel like when you say locked in, I feel like locked in implies that there's a goal. Whereas I feel like the grind implies that it's just like a perpetual thing you're going to be doing forever. Like, I feel like if you're on the grind is like the daily grind, right? Like, that implies that like this is a thing that's happening every day with no goal. Like, get money is an ongoing goal that's always necessary. That's true, but like, I don't know. There's something about like locking in feels like there's a goal, right? It feels like there's like something you're trying to accomplish by locking in, right? Whereas I feel like the grind implies... I also feel like locking in implies... Like, I feel like the grind has more of a negative implication than locking in. Because I feel like the other thing is, like, the grind is, like... either it means that you're, like... You're the one getting grinded, or you're, like, the one putting in the grueling work, you know? Hello, Faye, who's reached 160 stream streak. I didn't even know I've done 160 streams. Like, in general. I don't know, I wonder how many streams I've actually done. Because, like... What would... Like, how many streams have I done total? Like, in all my time? I'm sure there's somewhere that has that number, but... It was about recently, I somehow stumbled into a job interview into a field I barely touched before. And now I just wonder if I want to do it or not. I mean, does it pay well? If it pays well, there's definitely like worse things. Because like if they want to hire you, like that's on them, right? If they want to hire you for a job in a field that you don't know much about, then like that's on them to train you, right? Egg Pats, is it not coming up automatically? Hold on. If I reach you, I'll bring it up. Don't worry. Sometimes it comes up automatically and sometimes it doesn't. Don't worry, I'm not gonna forget. Yeah. I have over 100 streams by now. Well, I'm just thinking, because it's like, okay, if I stream, like, again, not a completely accurate average, because there have been times where I've taken, like, long breaks and stuff. But it's like, okay, if I've streamed an average of, like, 2 times per week over the course of 4 years, that's like 1, 2, 3. Hold on. That's like 52 times 3 times 4. Can somebody pull out a calculator and pull that one out? Sorry, no. 52 times 2 times 4. Sorry. Look at Twitch tracker. Yes, but like speculating is fun, okay? 624. Okay. Is that with the 3 or with the 2? 52 by 4 is... Oh, 416. It's about 200 per year. I guess that checks out. Wait, no. Hold on. Because I think I said average of 2 because there have been weeks where I've done more than 2. And there have been weeks where I've done 1 stream. And there have been weeks where I've done none, right? Like there's been like long breaks where I did not stream, right? So that's why I said average of 2 per week, because I was trying to like... Because usually I usually don't stream more than 4 times per week. I feel like that was the maximum that I would usually do. Was like 4 times per week. Usually I feel like when I've been streaming regularly, it's usually been 3 streams or so. And then when I've taken long breaks, obviously it's... But I don't know, I feel like there's only been a couple times where I've taken, like, long breaks, where there's been, like, long periods of time with, like, 0 streams, right? I feel like Japan was, like, the only long, like, hiatus. And even then, I streamed a couple times. You might have misjudged the average. That's true. Because let me think. When I started streaming, I did not have a schedule. And usually when I did, it was usually only like once or twice per week. And then once I started streaming more regularly, I feel like... Again, I'm trying to think. Because like, when I was in school, I would usually sometimes have trouble streaming regularly just because I was busy. And sometimes it'd be periods of activity. Like, I think, like, the week I debuted, I streamed, like, you know, a good, like, 3-4 times that week. But then the week after, I was like, oh god, my schoolwork! And then, I did not stream as much. And then, like, again, this past year, my streams were more regular, because I did not have a job. But I know when I was working, it was also, like... Sometimes if I was just too tired or if I got home too late, I would just simply not stream, right? The schedule was destroyed. Well, here's the thing. I don't know. Maybe it's different. Maybe I'm just, like, not on the grind enough. Maybe I'm not locked in enough. But my thing is, my logic is always just, like... I want to do... How many tiles do I have left? Okay, maybe it's worthwhile to do this. I want to do streams when I feel good. Because my logic is, like, if I don't feel good, like, if I feel tired or, like, you know, kind of zoned out or just kind of out of it, I don't want to do a stream because I know that's not going to be fun for me and it's not going to be fun for anybody else to watch, right? Like, I feel like you'd rather watch a streamer who is, like, having fun and feeling good rather than, like, a streamer who is, like, you know, kind of phoning it in because she's half asleep, you know? So I feel like that was always my logic, was just like, you did streams when you were sick in the past. Yeah, but like, again, usually it's more like I prefer... I'm not that grind-setted that I will stream no matter what, right? Like, I feel very comfortable just being like, yeah, I... not feeling it today, gonna move stream or cancel stream, right? Like... I don't want to... I don't want to stream just for the sake of streaming, is what I'm saying, right? Like, if there was some commitment there, right? Like, if there was, like, a collab or something, that's different. But, like, just on my own... What? Huh? You're getting your revenge. You have your revenge. Thank you. Good job, Punk Asian. Thank you to Minus Light and Chicken Guy. Good games. Thank you for playing. Thank you for playing. Yeah, bring back TTS streamer. Just because you asked for it, I'm specifically not gonna do that. Oh, right, I need to do the head pat. Hold on. Need to head pat install. There we go. I must have called us. That 575 days of lifetime? Is that yeah, you're right. Or I thought it was, when I read it, I thought it was 578 days, like, that I have been live. Like, I have streamed on 578 different days. If I can't get my Eggy stream and make the log on Monday morning and throw a tantrum, and Ross goes, oh no, Eggy must be off today. Shows up in a good mood, everyone's like, yes, hurrah, Eggy stream today. Because yeah, like 578 different days makes sense, right? Because like, hold on, let me calculate. Let me pull out the calculator. Because like, okay, so 365 days times 4. It's actually slightly longer because I'm counting from the debut that was like, I've already been streaming for a few months by the time I had my debut, right? So either way, so 4 years is 1,460 days. And like if I stream for like, you know, 1/5 of those days, like divided by 5, oh, that's 292. Okay, well if I stream like 3 of those days, I guess, then that would probably that would probably work about right, I think. Probably. Hello, EGGY survey reminder. Don't forget to take the survey. Do the EGGY survey. I actually check the survey. It's now a habit that I do after like every stream is to check the survey. The problem now is that like it's now a habit to the point that like I keep doing it even when I don't stream. Like I will turn on my PC for something else every once in a while, and then I'll just be like, I wonder what the EGGY stream is. I wonder what the survey is looking like. And I check the survey, and obviously nobody has replied to it because I have been offline and not streaming. But like I don't know, just out of habit, I keep checking the survey. You know, it feels so weird that I, like, more or less sort of started on time. So now I'm like, in my mind, it's like, oh, it should be like 2:15 by now. And I look at the time, it's 1:23, and I'm like, oh, what? Huh? I can stream? And then... Huh? Let me do a stretch it. I need to do Christmas shopping this week as well. I mean, I have time, but also I probably should. I don't want to get for some people, but then not others. I think I've complained about this on stream before. Like, I feel like I need time to just walk around a shopping mall, because I feel like all the best presents that I find are never ones that I like go out looking for, right? Whenever I've had good presents, it's always been something that where I was like, I was just walking around and then like the perfect thing presented itself in front of me. I feel like but the thing is that in order for that to happen, I have to walk around a mall. Like I have to spend time in a mall. It's like I need to go to a mall for a purpose other than buying Christmas presents. Because only then will the perfect Christmas presents be findable. It's like, I don't know. I'm trying to think of like the presents that I've gotten for people in the past that I'm like, yeah, that was a good gift. I still don't think I'm ever gonna win. One year I got my dad, because my dad really likes Kit Kat bars, like that's his favorite chocolate bar. And I found this set that was basically, it was like a gingerbread house set. And except instead of like cookies, it was made out of Kit Kat bars. So it was just like a set of like, I think it was like 10 Kit Kat bars and then frosting and like a base. So I was like, I don't think I'm ever gonna beat that. I'm never gonna beat Kit Kat Gingerbread House. Or, I don't know, my mom has, I think my mom's still kind of, my mom's in a gnome phase, where she's just like, all the decorations she's purchased in like the last 2 years, they've all had gnomes on them. Like in the winter, she gets all these Christmas gnomes, and then in the spring, she gets like, these like garden gnomes, and then in the summer, she somehow managed to find gnome decorations for the summer. I don't know where she's finding them, but there are summer gnomes, so I got her a gnome calendar. I think it was in 2023. I got her a 2024 gnome calendar. And she liked that. In her gnome era, yes. I don't know, my mom she used to be in her red truck era. Because you know how like in Christmas around, like sometimes I think Christmas decorations, it shows up a lot in Christmas movies of like, you know, like a red pickup truck. Sometimes with like presents or like a Christmas tree in the bed. My mom would get all these decorations with like the red truck. Like that was her thing for a while, was the red truck. And then she kind of got over the red truck and then she got into gnomes. That's where she is now. Last year I found her a gnome candle, like a candle with like pictures of gnomes on it. But I don't think I'm gonna find that again this year. And even if I do, I can't do a repeat. I can't do a repeat. Like, I guess I just have to walk around the mall for a while and hope that I see something with a gnome on it at this point. Like, and then my sister, I'm like, I don't know, I feel bad because I feel like in the past few years, I keep getting my sister, like, gift cards. But I also, like, I don't know, that seems to be, whenever I ask my mom for recommendations, she's like, maybe try getting her a gift card for this place, and I'm like, but then it's like, oops, all gift cards. But, I don't know. I feel like when I ask for things, like, I have to have, like, because I feel like my parents don't understand my hobbies well enough for me to trust them with, like, finding anything. So I feel like when I've asked for stuff in the past few years, I just like, whenever I need something normal, like the thing I asked for my mom for the holidays, because I know that she would know where to look for them, or at least we could go out together to go buy one, was a new pair of running shoes, because I'm like, she knows what those are. She knows what those are and what they're used for, and she knows what I'm looking for. So I was like, yes, I would like a pair of running shoes, because my current ones are very old and worn out. So yeah, that's like a normal thing to ask for, that I know she knows where to shop for. Because, like, I don't know, all my hobbies are, like, weeb stuff, or it's, like, video game stuff, or computer stuff, or, Japanese frilly dress stuff, and she doesn't know about any of those things. I barely know about some of them. Don't you need to try running shoes before buying? Yeah, but I figured it's, like, a thing we could go together, right? Like, it's not like video games. I mean, I guess with video games, you can always just be like, hey, here's, like, you write down the title of something, and then you're like, hey, here, please go to EGGY Games and show them this, and they will find it for you, and then just buy the thing that they have shown you. Frilly dress stuff would be the easiest to bond over. The difference is that frilly dress stuff is like, it's not a very good Christmas gift, I think, frilly dress. Because frilly dress stuff is like, you can't really buy it in person unless you live in Japan. So it's all like you gotta order it online. So you gotta know where to order it from. But you gotta order it online. And then you gotta, like, you know, it might be a pre-order, so it's like, this thing might not come until, like, the spring. Like, it'd be the easiest to bond over, you think, but, like, in terms of gift giving, if you don't know where to look for it, then you're not gonna find it. Buy the Japanese stuff together, too, where it makes sense. Yeah, it's just that, like, a lot of stuff that I like is stuff you can only get online. And I know my mom prefers to shop in person. It's just, I don't know, I guess it's like, once you have hobbies that cannot easily be purchased at the local shopping mall, then it gets more complicated. I don't know, sometimes I ask for, like, because I've talked about this before in the past few years, I've also asked for a lot of stuff like soap or like, you know, lotion, like fancy, like get me the nice smelling stuff. Maybe not bath bombs because I don't have a bathtub right now, but like, yeah, like soap and such. So I can have a nice and good, you know, I can have a nice and good washing. Which has worked, actually. Many people have given me soap, and I have not had to buy soap very much in the past year. Because I'm like, I think I've only bought, like, soap in like, the past year or so. I've only bought soap, like, once. Because I keep getting it at Christmas, and I'll get some more on my birthday, and then I just keep, like, going through that. But unboxing with mom. Yeah, it's just, it's like, yeah, you have to order stuff. You have to make sure it comes in on time. Yeah, my folks only buy gifts from Amazon wishlist and get annoyed if you don't populate one. Yeah, I see. My thing is that, I'm the one who's paying for Amazon Prime for the whole family. So if my parents want to surprise me with something from Amazon, it's like, okay, good luck. Good luck. Because, like, I'm the one with the Amazon Prime account, so usually they're the ones who have to ask me. Do we mute when playing you? No, because usually I don't talk about my hand. You can tab out if you want it to be fair. You can tab out. But you don't have to mute. I'm usually not talking about my hand. I'm yapping about something else. But if you're worried about, like, looking at my hand, you can always, like, tab out, kind of. Again, I'm not too strict on this. These are friendlies. So, like, if you're cheating, then, like, congratulations. I guess you made the game less fun for yourself. But, like, it's not, like, ranked where it's, like, there's stakes here. Sometimes she yaps about her other hand. Yeah, sorry, yapping about my left hand versus my right hand. I don't think making other profiles hide cart orders either, since apparently you can make profiles. That's new. I don't think I've seen that. But yeah, usually my parents are the one who are like, hey, can you, like, order this with your account? Can you, like, order this thing and have it shipped to us so that we don't have to pay for shipping. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think my parents are not big online shoppers. I think they only buy things online if it's like something that's just like not available at all offline. Like, I know my mom shopped on Wayfair for a bit. I think that was mostly also like during COVID because like stores were closed. Like, it took stores no longer existing for my mom to start shopping online. So, say a nice animation you want to be made of yourself. Animation. I want like an eggy pen lights or an eggplant pen lights emote. Like, maybe just, like, bouncing up and down or waving them around or something. Very nice. Yeah. There's a Prime family scheme where you can have separate accounts. It's supposed to be the same household, but they're not strict. Okay, yeah. Because, like, I don't know. It's weird because despite the fact that, like, me and my sister and my parents all live in, like, different places now, I still consider us one household. Because, like, I know my parents had to get, like, a separate Netflix account. Because, again, I was the one paying for Netflix for the whole family for a while. But then it got to the point where, because I was not living in the same house as them, I was getting kicked off my own Netflix account. Like, I guess because they had it connected to the TV, so I guess that was considered, like, the home base for the account. But, like, they use the TV. I don't use the TV because I don't watch Netflix on the TV that much, and also I don't live in that house. I don't live there. I live, like, you know, 4 to 6 hours away. So, yeah, I think for a while I was, like, locked out of my own Netflix account because of that, which is really annoying. Me when I cheated and crushed Eggy at the last game. Unbelievable. How could you do this? I don't know. I think for cheating at Mahjong, the thing with cheating at Mahjong is that, like, I feel like even if you know what the other person's hand looks like, you kind of have to figure out, like, I feel like there's like a second part of cheating where it's like, okay, now you need to know what to do with that information, right? Because like I feel like if I saw somebody else's hand, I would just be like, okay. Wow, 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 wow. Not deal in. I mean, yeah, but like, there's like, you gotta have some level of information analysis going on there, right? Because it's also possible, like, somebody could have a hand. Somebody could have a hand that has, like, multiple different ways to win, right? And I guess you could try to not deal in for all of them, but, like, that's more complicated. Realize a bad eggplant thing and cheating in Monday. Ah, yes, that's what evil eggplants would do. Cheating at Zhong. Those who reveal something there, but I think there's some secrets in this. Did you cheat at Mahjong, Faye? Did you cheat at Mahjong? Were you cheating at Mahjong? To be fair, I have once. I didn't cheat, but I have been a co-conspirator with somebody during a game of friendlies. Like, I think it was during... Was it? It was during... I think it was a stream with, Uo. I think Uo had, like, a Zhong stream where he was running friendlies, and I joined. And he was on stream with, I think it was Lika. And she was like, okay, we cannot let him win. So she was, like, DMing me, like, screenshots of her hand. So she's like, okay, put down these tiles, don't put down these tiles. So technically I did not cheat. But I was, I conspired. I conspired. If it was with Soy, I don't think it was Soy. I think it was definitely Lika, I think. I conspired. I don't even remember if it worked. I can't even remember if we won. I don't even think it worked. My EGGY is evil. It was teamwork. It was a conspiracy to dethrone the streamer in his own stream. Evil. Great misdeeds. I don't know. I'm sure everyone here has committed a greater misdeed than conspiring to cheat at Mahjong. Stop playing the evil music. I'm saying that I'm not evil. Stop playing the evil music. Again, this playlist is using... This playlist is using the, like... the loosest possible definition of calm. I guess this is kind of calm, but I feel like this was, I feel like this is when does this play? I feel like this plays while bad things happen in the game. This changes my view of you. It was once! It wasn't even my idea. You're far from good. I am not evil, though. I am not evil unless you're using, like, the world's loosest definition of evil. You decided to go with it. I don't even remember if it worked. This was years ago, I think. I think this was before... When was this? This had to be, like, 2023. Maybe even before that. Like, this was a long time ago. You have to justify your actions. What are you gonna do? You're gonna write a twit longer about it? Twit longer doesn't even exist anymore. You're gonna make a Google Doc about it? You're gonna... Evil. The 3 6-man tiles are in evil, like... Evil. There we go. See, now we're back out of the evil music. We're in the nice music now. We're in the nice music. We are now nice and good again. There we go. Boom. You playing in English mean you didn't get to see the hot cold coffee scene with the English dub? Yeah. Or in Japanese? Yeah, well, it's okay. It's because the remaster, the English lines are so crunchy. I don't know what happened to the audio quality. It's like somehow they were able to like uncompress or like do something to the Japanese audio files that made them less crunchy, but for some reason the English ones are just like I don't know what was going on there. Streamer Y. I'm streamer. Streamer. Probably lost originals like most Japanese companies seem to have for older games that get remastered. I mean, the thing is, no, they were using the original voices. Like, for both Japanese and English, I don't think they had to re-record anything. Unless they re-recorded the Japanese ones, but for some reason kept the old English ones. Because, like, the original was for, like, what? Like, the GameCube? So I imagine, like, the original, the audio quality was not super high. But I just don't understand why the Japanese one was, like, substantially clearer than the English one. Strange and unusual. But no, I know they have had to, for some of the Tales remasters, I had a friend who was telling me, didn't they have to, like, recast Yuri for the Tales of Vesperia? Or they like, semi-recast Yuri for Tales of Vesperia remaster, because, like, there was, like, new dialogue, I think, that was added, but obviously they had to, like, record new lines for that, right? Like, they couldn't use the old ones. Uh-oh. Nani? Boom. They gotta sound alike for new lines. Well, okay, in theory they gotta sound alike. In practice, they got a guy who sounds completely different. Apparently that was like my friend who was like, she was like, they didn't even get a guy who sounded similar to the original. They got somebody just like, who does not sound alike at all. And it's like, instead of re-recording everything, they just re-recorded, like they just recorded the new stuff and they kept the old stuff. So sometimes even like within the same like scene, for what character again? For Yuri. Yeah, she said apparently within like, even within the same scene sometimes, he will go back and forth between like voice actors. This is just for the English one though. For Japanese, I guess they could keep the same guy. Because I think the thing is that the original one was, Troy Baker. So I guess maybe they were just like, oh, we don't have the budget to bring him back. But then, on the other hand, apparently when people asked him about this later, apparently he was like, they didn't even ask me. I wasn't even aware that there was going to be, like, any kind of, like, remake or remaster. Like, I don't know, I guess in Japan, I guess because of the way... I guess maybe because they just figured, like, he Like, I guess they just figured they didn't have the budget for it, or that he would ask for too much. I don't know, it seems that, like, because of the way things work in English versus Japanese, I guess they have a much harder time getting voice actors. Like, keeping a consistent cast in English is actually very difficult, I feel, for a lot of things. Especially in anime and games. Alright, good job, Waver Taser. Thank you for killing me multiple times. And GG to everyone else. Good game, good game. Wow. Wow. Is it because of petty reasons? No, I think the problem is, so it's a mix of things. So it's a mix of, like union things, because I think, again, I don't think Japan has a voice actors union, or if they do, then it works very differently than the American one. So part of it is like union versus non-union projects, where it's like some people who are if they've joined the union, they can't do certain things, but then people who haven't joined the union also can't do certain things. Some of it is location, like because a lot of voice acting will happen in like LA, but then there's also like a substantial amount for anime that happens in Texas, so some of it is just like location of like, sorry, we can't get the voice actor back because like they moved halfway across the country. Whereas in Japan that's not really an issue because everything's a bit more central. Yeah. They recorded those lines for the PS3 release closer to the original. They only needed them in English recently. Oh, that must be why. That explains why the English is so crunchy. That would explain it. If it's the PS3 lines that they're using. Okay, that's why they're in higher quality, and the English is probably just taking the original from the, like, GameCube version. That makes sense. Even in Berseria, have you been playing in English? I haven't played Berseria yet. Let me get through one JRPG at a time. Yeah, Lafazette's voice just changes drastically between skits sometimes. They didn't really find the voice until partway through recording and didn't re-record. I mean, I guess also, too, a lot of stuff is recorded, like, out of order. Like, I feel like it's, from what I've heard, it's pretty rare for, like, an entire game. It's, like, it's pretty rare for an entire game to be recorded, like, chronologically. Especially for ones, like, I don't think, like, the Tales games are like that, but, like, for games with, like, multiple routes, I think it's pretty common for stuff to be recorded out of order. In US, if voice actor also does live action acting, that can seriously interfere with their voice work, leading them to get recast and stuff. Yeah. Well, the other thing, too, is I think especially when it comes to... And again, I think it's also, like, I feel like voice acting is kind of a developing industry when it comes to, like, video games and stuff. But it's, like... I feel... Because, like, people were saying this when the Persona 3 remake came out. Because people are like, can they get the original voice actors back? And the answer is no, because, like, people talk about how, like, Persona 3 had, like, their, like, legendary voice cast full of, like, very popular, well-known, like, voice actors. But the thing is that at the time, they were not a legendary voice cast. They were just, like, a normal voice cast, right? Like, the idea, like, I feel like a lot of things can only become legendary in retrospect, you know? Yeah, they're not getting back the OG voice actors for Persona 4 either. Yeah, it's like, this was like a... yes, this was like legendary dub cast, but also at the time that was just like a normal dub cast of normal voice actors. Because, like, I think even at the time, and even now, like, that kind of voice acting for, like, video games, like, it doesn't pay as well. It probably pays better than it used to, I imagine, because there's a bigger market for it, but, like, at the time, it did not pay that well compared to, like, voice acting for, like, cartoons or something, right? It's the same thing for, anime, too. Like, it does not pay as well. People who stick with doing anime, like, they're not doing it for money. That's like a act of passion. Yosuke's VA was so bummed he wasn't asked. But yeah, I'm wondering too, now that I think of it, Because they're coming out with a new Professor Layton game next year. And I was wondering, I'm like, I wonder if they're gonna, because like, I don't know if, because like, the last Professor Layton game that came out was like, what, like 2015 or 2016? It's been like a full decade. And I'm like, are they gonna be able to get the previous voice actor back? Like, well, so I'm like, because I'm like, I don't know who they would recast it with, if they do. Or maybe they can get the original guy back. I don't know if he's still active. It's been a year of me playing through Persona 4, still not done. This game's too long. I still don't see why that game needed a remake. I don't know, so that you can have like your shiny graphics. Your shiny graphics and fancy menus. So you can see Inaba in like super bajillion big number high spec 4K graphic. Do I really need 5 streets in 4K? Do I go to Junes in 4K? Extremely high spec department store. Speaking of Layton, did you know about some sketches where they're thinking of making Layton into an Ace Attorney style for that crossover? Yeah, I've seen that. And there's also sketches of Phoenix and Maya in Layton style. Apparently one of the issues that they ran into was actually the heights of the characters, in the sense that, like, due to the way that they're drawn, everybody in Ace Attorney, on average, is taller than everyone in Layton. So apparently that was, like, one issue they had to run into, is how do we, like, design these characters so that, like, their heights can match up? Like, so that, like, you know, Layton doesn't look like substantially shorter than Phoenix, despite the fact that, like, these are both supposed to be, like, you know, the size of an adult man. If Junes wasn't basically Walmart already, it's Costco? Wrong. It's Eon. I think that's kind of what's supposed to be based off of. Or at the time it would have been Justco. I don't remember when. I'll have to look, because I know Justco was a, like, that got bought out by Eon, but I'm trying to remember what year it was. Either way, it's very clearly based on that. If you've ever gone to Japan, if you go to an Eon or to, yeah, it's Eon now. Justco doesn't exist anymore. If you go to Eon, you'll be like, oh, okay, yeah. Some voice actors that used to do a lot of anime does back then have kind of graduated. Yeah, they kind of like graduate from anime into bigger things. Exactly. Because again, like, it just, like, it does not, there are things that pay better when it comes to that. You love the Persona 4 memes of, like, boy, I sure can't wait to go to Walmart with Nanako. Oh boy! Every day's great at your Junes. No, okay, actually, one thing I realized about Junes that I realized only after listening to the Japanese audio for it was, so the jingle in Japanese is like, everyday young life Junes. And I realized, I'm like, oh, it's supposed to be pronounced like jeunesse. Because, like, jeunesse means, like, youth in French. And I'm like, oh, that's what it's supposed to be. That's why it's called jeunesse. It's like jeunesse, like youth in French, but, like, in Japanese. And then that's why it's the slogan in Japanese is, like, everyday young life. Everyday young life jeunesse. That's why it's called that. Because I always thought, like, Junes was, like, such a weird name for a store, because I'm like, that doesn't even sound very Japanese. But I guess neither does Eon, so. Everyday young life Junes. Every day's great at your Junes. It would explain Nanako's love for it coming to town outside of Kids Are Weird. I mean, I think it's also because there's nothing else in town. Like, I feel like if I was a kid who lived in a town where there was nothing and then suddenly there was Walmart, I feel like that would be big and exciting. And like, yeah, the adults around me would be concerned. Because like, even the teenagers are like old enough to like understand like, you know, this will drive local businesses out of business or like stuff like that. But like, if you're Nanako and you're like 8, like, you're not old enough to understand like the economy, right? You're just like, whoa, big store, and you can buy food there, and you can get snacks, and they have like an entire section of TVs. Like, I don't know. I looked forward to going to Walmart as a kid, but also maybe I just had a very boring childhood. It's stuff like a weapons store, a 7-Eleven, a food cart, an abandoned toy shop. Yeah, I don't know. When I was a kid, it was like going to Walmart was like, yippee, I will look at toys. And my mom will not buy me any of them, but I can look at them. Or be like, yay, there's a McDonald's. Our Walmarts had McDonald's in them. Like, yay, I can maybe go to McDonald's. I can look at toys. I can look at books and magazines. I feel like there's a too old to enjoy Persona. I guess it depends. Well, it depends, I think. Because, like, these are games about teenagers having teenager problems, right? So, like, I feel like at a certain age, you're just like, okay, get over it. You're 16. Old Walmart with the smiley face feels different from the sterilized Walmart of today. Yeah, kind of, yeah. Persona 4 doesn't even have that many problems. Yeah, they're all just like normal growing up stuff, right? I guess Persona 5, the stakes feel a lot higher because it's like, oh, we're getting politicians involved. We're getting CEOs involved. We're getting like everyone's getting involved. Whereas like, yeah, you're right. Persona 4 is just kind of like very small scale. Like, I mean, yeah, there's the murders happening, but like the problems they're encountering are actually kind of unrelated to those. Most of them are just kind of like, yeah, like small scale problems, like between, you know, within someone's self, or like maybe between friends. It's not quite at the same scale as Persona 5. I don't know, I still need to like play Persona 3. I feel like I've started Persona 3 and I'm like vaguely familiar with what happens in Persona 3. But I need to like actually play Persona 3. But like, I don't know. I know Persona 3 is a lot of people's favorites. And that one seems to be also, from what I've heard, just kind of like a blend of stuff. Like, it's not like Persona 5, and like the stakes aren't quite as high as Persona 5 in the sense that, like, you know, they're not getting the entire Japanese government involved. But then it's also not as small scale as Persona 4, where, like, the outcome of this does not actually affect people that heavily. Like, it seems to be, like, kind of the middle ground there. Ever played an SMT game? I'm pretty sure the final bosses of those are scaled higher, like, dimensionally. Who wants to talk about murders? Don't think anybody said this, but... Can you name a word that starts with F? Mistake? The dark hour, aka noon in the US. Yes, it's getting closer to December, so the dark hour is actually like, I don't know, 5 p.m. Out here eating dinner at the dark hour. The murders are funny because you never actually do anything about the murders, you just save the people. Yeah! You know, if you got there on time. I think the culprit is probably an Inaba. It's detective. I don't know, I've realized how many phrases that from like the Persona 4 comic dub are just permanently in my vocabulary. That I will just like say I will say completely unironically, and they stemmed from that. Like, every time I make anything with tofu, the like, my fried tofu, my fried tofu, my fried tofu! Like, I'll be sitting there, like, sometimes I would pan fry tofu, and I would just be sitting here like, my fried tofu, my fried tofu, my fried tofu, my fried tofu, my fried tofu! That's like just permanently in my vocabulary. Or, what's the other one that's like permanently stuck in my vocabulary? No fighting. No fighting. That one's almost stuck there too. The way 3, 4, and 5, I gotta say, the best written mystery I think went to 4. The way blue hair just barely IDs a very careful culprit. Wait, was that for blue hair? Is that, was that for Persona 4 Golden? I haven't played Golden. Or, yeah, I don't know. Oh, Naoto, okay. Oh, right, I forgot Naoto has blue hair. What was the other one? Why is no one else joining the Mahjong? I don't know, ask them. You're free to join if you desire. Wait, no, you're already in here. What am I saying? I cannot read minds. I do not know why. Many people have already played. Like, we're in, like, nearing hour 3 of the stream, so I can see if a lot of people have already played. You are welcome to come back. Let me see. He cheats. I did not. It wasn't a friendly match, too. It was conspiracy. It was, Your Honor, I was being a little silly. Also, this was like 2 years ago. Can I join? You can. Yeah, letting someone else have a shot. That's usually the rule. If, please only go 1 game at a time. But again, if we're waiting for a while, if it's been more than like, 10, 15 minutes just waiting, then like, by all means, jump back in. Hey, Yuki. Will you be my lover? I don't know why I turned him into Jason Funderburker just now, but... I don't know, if I had to guess one, Pegasus, you're weird, I don't trust you. Hi, I'm a weird, creepy gas station attendant. Can I touch your hand? Okay, here's my thing, my introduction to Persona was actually watching the Persona 4 comic dub. I had not played Persona 4. Everything I knew about this was from that comic dub, from that comic, and I didn't, like, I went into the game kind of knowing what happened in the first half of the story because of that, and I was surprised at how accurate some of it was. It's like, no, I thought they were joking about this. No, that's literally in there. I thought they were exaggerating. You've grown closer with Yosuke. You're now friends with Yosuke. Yosuke will now die for you. Yeah, maybe because I was reminded of Nagito. I don't know. To be fair, I feel like I don't think Danganronpa had even come out when Persona 4 came out. Actually, now that I think of it, I think Persona 4 predates Danganronpa, even the first one by a couple years. I think. Days off are for eating EGGY. No, they're for jonging and doing laundry. Actually, I did my laundry yesterday, so I think I'm okay. Or no, I didn't do it yesterday? Maybe it was the day before. Either way, my clothes are washed, so we're all good there. Why would some people die on the hill that Yosuke's gave for you? Like, they'll argue it's solidly canon. Well, apparently, didn't they find, like, voice lines for in Golden? For, like, Like, apparently there are, like, voice lines in Golden for, like, a Yosuke route. Like, wasn't there that, like, that was a thing that presumably got cut, I guess. Yeah, there was a line, but Route was pushing it. Yeah. Because, like, it wasn't too... I think they found it in English as well. Because I remember that was something that people said, that apparently, like, it existed in... It wasn't just, like, a thing in the Japanese version. It, like, it existed in English. So if it got cut, like, pretty late into production. But, like, yeah. I don't know. It would... I like it because I think it would be fun. Sometimes that's all there is to it. But... Wasn't it also Persona 4 as well, the first one that lets you have, like... Because I know that was a common complaint with Persona 3, was that, like, you could not... It would not let you, get closer with the female characters unless you were getting romantic with them. Like, you could not do, like, you could not, get if you wanted to get closer, you had to be dating them. Like, there was no way to be, like, female friends. That just didn't exist until, like, Persona 4. Girls and boys can't be friends. Boys can't love girls. Boys can't love girls. Forced dating sim, essentially. I imagine the Persona 3 remake probably changed that. I feel like they probably took that out since it hasn't been a thing since then. No one can be friends. No friendship, only dating. I know they changed the one beach NPC. I think you're thinking of Persona 5 Royal. Did they ever go to the beach in Persona 3? But... Oh, P3 remake. I was like, did they go to the beach in Persona 3? Because I know in Persona 5 they go to the beach. And I know there was a line change for that too. But it was like, extremely inconsequential line, to be honest. Yeah. Imagine Japanese law forcing people to only date and limit friendships. No friends allowed. I don't know. I feel a little weird with sometimes, because, like, that's one of the things I've noticed with, like, I would never use a dating app because, like, I like, if I'm gonna date someone, I want it to be someone I'm friends with first, right? Like, I don't understand people who go from, like, acquaintances to we are now in a relationship. Like, I feel like there needs to be a stage in between there. You can't go from, like, nothing to dating. I feel like I don't understand that. I don't like that. I would not personally want to do it. Like, I feel like it's like, I feel like there needs to be a stage in between. Yeah, like the whole total stranger start. Yeah, like it goes, like going from like stranger to like going from like nothing, I don't know, it just feels very like 0 to 100 very quickly, right? Like, it's... I would not do it. Not totally strangers, but like friends of friends, probably. No, I'm talking with like dating apps. Like if you go from like, I'm using this to meet people with the intention of dating. Like that's different than like if you go out and like, you know, you make friends and you have a friend group and you end up like, you know, dating someone after a while. Like, that... hard to trust unknown people. I don't know. I guess that's also too, I'm just not like a hookups person. So maybe if I was, maybe I would understand it a bit more. But I don't know. Just to me, I'm like, there needs to be like something in between. Dating apps are acquaintance gacha. Yeah. Well, I also don't understand, because I've also heard of, like, I don't know, the way some people have heard you use dating apps are just absolutely foreign to me. Like, sometimes I hear about, like, first dates, and I'm like... This sounds like you're making it sound like it's a job interview. What are good questions to ask on first dates? It's like, I don't know, why are you treating this like a job interview? Like, personally, when I've gone on first dates with somebody, we didn't really need to ask questions like that, because... usually it was with somebody I already knew. We were just getting to know each other better, rather than like, it wasn't like a first introduction, you know? It's a marriage interview. Yeah, well, again, for me, I'm just like, why would you go about it in that fashion? Like, I don't know, maybe if you like move to a new city or something and you don't know anybody. But I feel like even then, I feel like wouldn't it be better like to go about finding someone by like, you know, getting hobbies and interests and finding somebody within those hobbies and interests? Like, to me, I'm just like, would it not make more sense to just like make normal friends and then find people through that? Yeah, first date question, do you have 3 professional references? Imagine using references, like imagine if you had like a relationship, you're like trying to end your relationship amicably so you can put them down as a reference. Like... not everyone has long friendships to dip into for relationships. I mean, I guess, but like, I feel like it doesn't have to be like a long, deep friendship for me. It's just like, it has to be like some level of acquaintanceship before, rather than just like going straight from like 0 to everything, you know? Oh, I screwed up. How did I... oh, wait, I'm like, how did I screw up? There we go, that's how I screwed up. Can I put you down as a reference? Trying to talk to all of somebody's exes as like... their references. The relationship filed for bankruptcy. Sorry, I got laid off from my previous relationship. How would you get laid off from a relationship? Like, maybe if the other person was just too busy and doesn't have time? I mean, I guess maybe getting laid off from a relationship is like... if you break up for reasons beyond your control. Like, I guess if the other person, like, moves far away and doesn't want a long-distance relationship kind of thing. I guess maybe that would be like, you know, if you're... I guess maybe that would be like getting laid off, because it's not, you're not like fired, right? Like, you didn't do anything wrong, it's just like the circumstances. The past relationship had to downsize. I got fired from my last relationship for stealing pens. Like, I see your dating history shows that you have not been in a relationship for more than 6 months in the past year. Is there a reason for that? Break up, like, you'd be like, it's formal wear office, so it's forced to wear casual. Fired from a relationship due to sexual harassment. Well, okay, to be fair, I guess that could kind of happen if you're like trying to take everything too fast and the other person's not really like comfortable with it yet. I could see that. I could see that. I was caring for an elderly relative. Fits both. I guess maybe I left to go focus on myself also kind of works for both. Hold on. Networking. I mean, to be fair, I guess there are people who just, like, call everything networking. I feel like I've definitely met people before who just, like, call any kind of social gathering networking. If there's any even, like, remotely business aspect to it. Finally. Good numbers for Eggy. Oh my god, the gap between first and second is insane here. Culture fit issues were not apparent at the start. Sorry, my previous relationship, the other person got, there was a merger with a bigger company. There was a merger with a bigger company, which caused a shift in the culture. Yeah, another difficulty is when you have hobbies that disproportionately more dudes. I guess, I mean, I'm trying to think, because, like, out of, like, the hobbies that I have had, I mean, I feel like a lot of them have also been, like, not male-heavy. I mean, obviously not Lolita. That's generally a woman-heavy hobby. But I don't know, I feel like if I go to anime conventions, it's usually, like, 50-50. She demanded RTO 5 days a week. The relationship went full remote and I didn't like that. She wanted me to... I was expected to relocate for business, which I did not wish to do. Yeah, relationship under new management. Yeah. There was a restructuring. I was a promotion. It went to... Let me go after my background check came back. Yeah, I don't know. Due diligence before a merger. There we go. Yeah, I can enjoy Lolita, I don't take part, but I can enjoy it. I mean, as long as you're, like... If you like it good, as long as you're, like, respectful about it. Although, okay, here is, like, a complaint that... I don't even know if this is, like, a real problem anymore. But I remember that being, like, a mild annoyance because like every comm has like their own approach to and like their own rules about this, but I think this is probably not a hot take, but I think if you are a girl and you are in like a hetero relationship, I think if you want to bring your boyfriend to a meetup, you need to dress him up in some way too. It doesn't need to be Lolita. You just don't have him show up in like t-shirt and cargo pants, you know? Not Anime North complained. This is for something different. He needs to be presentable. Especially if there's like, if you're taking him, depending on the meetup. Like maybe for something more casual, he doesn't need to be like fully dressed up. But like, I don't know. I remember once there was like a tea party that I've gone to where one girl brought her boyfriend and she had him dressed in a suit. I think that's fine. I think that's fine. But yeah, I feel like if it's like, if everyone's in frilly dress and then there's just like some guy in like jeans who's just kind of standing there, like he doesn't need to be in full Lolita and doesn't even need to be in like OG or something, but at least have him look sort of like he belongs. Like I've had one girl who like brought her boyfriend but had him dressed in kind of this like goth scene kind of look, and I'm like, okay, that's fine too. Like just don't have him dress normal. If he has to come, don't have him dress normal. This is the gathering of the people who are not dressing normal. The gap is still huge. We need to close the gap here. If I was ever invited a girlfriend to a Lolita event, I'd wear like a stormtrooper suit from Star Wars and be like, you lied to me, this isn't a Star Wars convention. No, you gotta wear like a stormtrooper outfit, but like put like a head bow on top. No, don't close the gap, says the person with like a very high amount of a very big stake in the gap not being closed. If a girlfriend brought me to a Lolita tea party or something, I'm going 100% out, I will be the most memorable of all time. You will respect the rules. Custom Master Chief armor count. Maybe it's like, I don't know. I imagine for conventions, probably the rules are different too, because like, if someone's already in cosplay, it's like, well, yeah. But, I don't know. It's usually this is more of a problem for like other meetups. Like, just like normal meetups. Because like, I get it. Sometimes it's like your boyfriend is the one who's like driving you there, and you don't want to just like make him wait in the car while you're there, but like, I don't know. It makes the vibes of everything very weird, I think, to just have just some guy. Like, I know for you it's not just some guy, but for the rest of us, this is just some guy. Going full butler mode. Lady. Like, honestly, like, if you can dress him up in some way, like, if you just buy him, like, one OG set that fits him, and then that'll be what he wears if he wants to show up. But I don't know. I don't know if that's a hot take anymore. I don't even know if that's, like, a common issue anymore. And again, every group, every community has its own ways of, like, they have their own rules around it, and some are probably more lax about it than others. But yeah. Or I guess asking as a butler for the Lolita tea party is a great way to immediately endear yourself to your girlfriend circle. Honestly, yeah. I think also too, again, the rules around bringing your significant other who does not wear any kind of J fashion is different for each, because I also think it varies by event as well. Because I've also seen like I think it's kind of frowned upon. Like, for instance, if you have a tea party with limited spots, right? If they're like, hey, we only have like, 50 spots for this, and there's more than 50 people who, like, if there's limited spots and you're using that to bring your partner who is not really into the fashion, I feel like that's kind of just like, kind of an asshole move, to be real. Like, But, you know, if it's like an event where either there's more than enough spaces for everybody, or there's an event where like there's not a limit to the spaces, then I think usually it's a little less frowned upon. Like, the gang all together in the group photo, and some guy. Yeah. This is just some guy. There's a guy, he's wearing like jeans and a polo. Just some guy. Eggy cuss. There we go. There's your swear word for today. Another pro for the suit. No, he's self. Actually, he works here. This is the waiter. Yeah. One of the best part. What is it? I'm trying to think of like the inverse, because like the Lolita Tea Party event sounds pretty fun in general, but like come watch this Warhammer tournament where we do math for 14 hours and roll enough dice to fill it. I don't know. I mean, I guess it's like with cards. Like I've never been to a tournament for any kind of like TCG, and I don't plan to, because I feel like I'd be standing there kind of awkwardly. But also, I don't know. I feel like I imagine there's probably, unless it's something really busy, they usually don't have caps on people watching, right? Usually it's only for like playing. My outfit can easily go into convention and easily go in formal settings. It's adaptable, and some friends have said it makes me look like an anime character. I mean, given that, like, I know some of it is just that, like, it's your VTuber model and you draw yourself in the same outfit all the time, but, like, I sometimes imagine you as, like, you know what, when, like, cartoon characters wear the same outfit all the time, and then they'll usually pull the little joke where they will, like, there'll be an episode where they, like, open up their closet, and it's all just, like, it's, like, 10 different iterations of the exact same outfit. That's what I'm imagining you. Like, I'm imagining, like, you have your, like, hat and coat and stuff, and then like when you open your closet, it's like the exact same thing. Like it's just like it's just 10 of the same coat. Like you have other clothes in your house, but they're just there for decoration. I think you're a male butler at a woman event and your girlfriend's like trying to kiss and you're like, don't sexually harass the help. Excuse me. This is unacceptable behavior from a customer. You have the black suit, but that was for choir things. Again, you have other clothes, but it's for decoration. TCG shops are the stinkiest place known to man. It's not even funny. I don't know. I've been in a few, but like they smelled fine, to be honest. Like, but then again, it's not like I was going there at like the times that were like the most busy. Because I don't think I've ever been to a shop when there was like an actual event going on. It was only when it was like either like middle of the day kind of empty, or like I guess maybe times when there's like a small amount of people in the store that are just like playing a game, but it's not like a full-on tournament. Heading to a working lunch? Have fun with the rest of the stream. Enjoy your lunch. I hope the lunch does a good job if it's a working lunch. I also have other hats. Yeah, but are they for decoration? I mean, personally, actually, I have hats that I literally have for decoration. Like, I have one, this, like, big flowery sun hat. I think I bought it at a convention once. But, like, it's a little too big and flowery. Like, it's kind of like a weird weight. Like, it's kind of an unbalanced weight, because, like, all the decorations are on one end. So I don't wear it that much in person. But I just have it on my wall. It's just a wall decoration now, which is fine. It's a pretty wall decoration. Myself a fancy name like Archduke Baldler, Michael, and Bartholomew. Oh, this is my butler Sona. This is my butler Sona. You have to make a history for him. And then a bunch of like very noble clients that you have served. Mahjong tournaments, we emphasize cleanliness among players. Please shower. I don't know. Is jonging an especially stinky activity? I never associated jonging with being stinky, but like... Oh man, I was hoping to like get Punk Asian into the negatives. The gap is closing. The gap is closing. Not as much as I'd like, but the gap is closing. We didn't close it completely. But like, we closed it a little bit. Just a little bit. GG. Alright, I think this will be the last one. I think this will be the last one for today. I told my mom I would call her in the afternoon. And I think the last time I streamed, there was one day where I told my mom I would call her at a certain time. And then I ended a stream a little later than usual. And then I like finished stream and there was like a bajillion messages from my mom. Was like, call? Call now? What time call? Call? What time call? Now? Call? What time did I tell her? Okay, 4 or 5, so I have a little more time. She hates me. Mahjong, holding Mahjong grudges. Yeah. You can attract hardcore gamers who can be fragrant. I don't know, sometimes I think about, like, hobbies that are associated with being stinky. Because I feel like any hobby that involves gathering a lot of people in one building has the ability to become stinky. But, I don't know, people associate stinky with, like, you know, Comic-Cons or something. Because to me, I'm like, ooh, I feel like sports games, well, maybe because a lot of sports games are open air, maybe that's why. Because I feel like sports games would be just as likely to make people stinky, right? Because, like, it's not just the players, but also just, like, you know, there's a lot of people gathered in a place, and they're all, like, jumping around and cheering, and, you know, so maybe some of them are drinking beer. And I'm like, maybe, like, surely that would also make people kind of stinky too, right? But, like, nobody associates, you know, sports fans with being stinky. But I don't know, maybe because most sports, that's why I like hockey, it has to be cold so it's not sweaty. Well, that's what I'm thinking, because, like, most sports are, like, open air, right? Like, baseball's played outside, soccer's played outside, football's played outside. Hockey is played indoors, usually, but usually it's played, like, it's in a cold building, so people aren't, like, super sweaty. Like, party floors tend to get stinky because the ACs of the rooms are, like, only designed for a few people each. I heard the off-guy went heavy on fans for these floors to get cross-ventilation. I heard about that, yeah. I also think probably there's a difference when it comes to air conditioning rooms. There's, like, a difference between, like, air conditioning a room where people are, like, sitting in a meeting. Like, if you get, like, you know, 100 people sitting in a room, and they're just, like, sitting there, like, maybe it's, like, a panel room, and they're just, like, sitting there and, you know, nodding, and they're not talking or moving that much. That's probably different in terms of AC needs compared to, like, the same room with, like, 100 people dancing and doing wotage, right? That's probably a little different. Like, I spent all weekend at PAX Unplugged. Board game, tabletop, card, miniature gamers, with Zhong is included, can definitely be stinky. I don't know, I guess, I feel like games rooms at conventions have tended to be stinky, but I feel like it's also more, like, with the arcades. Like, I feel like at MagFest, like, if MagFest is not that stinky, but I feel like if there is a part of MagFest that's stinky, it's the arcade. Because I feel like the arcade has, like, the rhythm games, right? So if you're gonna find people who are, like, moving around a lot, that's where you're gonna find them, right? Like, those inflatable recreation sports buildings smell so bad. I don't know if I've ever been in one. Like the ones for, like, golf and stuff? Yeah, you know what's stinky for indoor things during winter because people tend to layer more during the winter and the heater is often cranked up. That's true as well. I guess a lot of conventions are in, like, the spring and summer, right? But yeah, stinky. But yeah, I don't know, because, like, I remember, like, when I went to an anime for convention for the first time, it's like people are like, oh yeah, be careful, it can be stinky. Yeah, but, like, it wasn't that stinky. It wasn't that stinky. At least no more stinky than, like, what you would expect for, like, a building with thousands of people in it, you know? Stinky. I don't know. I am washed eggy, I think. Always wash your... Well, maybe no... Well, I have to wash. I am washed egg. I will be washed egg. Washed egg. Yeah, it's not that bad usually, but there's definitely moments where you're close to someone and you're like, whoa there. Yeah, I don't think that's ever happened to me. Maybe I've just been, like, lucky, or maybe I've only been going to conventions that were, like, smaller. I'm also wondering maybe if there's, like, things that the convention does or doesn't do that can make it, like, more or less likely to be stinky. Like, maybe... Like, I guess maybe if there's, like... hotels on site, like if most of the people at the convention are staying nearby, maybe they're less likely to be stinky because it doesn't feel like showering is gonna like take time out of your schedule. Or maybe like, I guess you're right, seasons might have something to do with it. Maybe, I wonder if maybe like if stuff ends earlier on in the evening, maybe that would prevent stinky since people would have more time to shower. I have a 2003 Anime Central short with the words "got soap." I've said this before, but I'm like, we need VTuber soap. You know, someone at Offkai next year, someone needs to start like a VTuber soap brand and make like soaps with like scents and like appearances that are like, you know, themed off various VTubers. I think that would actually sell well, either as a joke or unironically. Like, a convention would need everyone in the same hotel and everything, and the hallways be on the party floors, additionally air conditioned. Oh right, the party floors. I don't go to parties, so I forgot about that. There's literally somebody selling Miku deodorant at a con at some point. Yeah, I remember seeing that. Was that Anime Expo, I think, last year? But no, like, it's not just, like, we can't just do generic deodorant with like, an anime girl on it. We gotta do, like... We gotta have, We gotta have... Again, VTuber soap. You gotta get, like... soap themed after your Oshi. Don't be stinky. No stinky eggplants. No stinky egg yet. I will have to go to the gym today. And I might be stinky after. I feel bad. I feel like lately I've been like... I'll go to the gym, and then I'll go do my shopping after that. And I feel like when I go do shopping... Especially, like, if it's not just at the grocery store, if it's at, like, the mall. I feel bad every time because I'm, like... I feel like I'm going up to, like... I'm going into all these stores, like, especially if it's for something like makeup. Like, there's this one, like, Korean makeup store that's, like, nearby the gym that I sometimes go into if I need to pick something up. And I feel bad because I feel like all the time when they see me, it's when I'm, like, sweaty and disheveled because I just got out of the gym. And I'm like, no, I swear, I promise I'm a pretty girl who smells nice sometimes. I promise I smell nice and I'm pretty. You're just seeing me at the time when I'm neither of those things, but I promise I usually am both of those things. Like... Do you not have a gym bag with you when you entered that store? Well, usually when I go to the gym, I try not... I mean, I guess now in the winter it's going to be a little different because I probably... Like, right now there's no snow, so, like, I can walk to the gym in my running shoes. But once it's winter and I have to, like, bring the shoes in a separate bag, maybe it'll be different. But usually when it comes to, like, gym stuff, I usually just bring, like, the minimum amount of stuff with me. Unless I'm swimming. Because, like, usually it's, like, I'll walk to the gym in my clothes and such, and then I will exercise, and I'll only bring, like, the minimum amount of stuff with me. Just, like, you know, maybe a water bottle. Obviously the card I need to get into the gym, wallet, keys, lock so I can use the locker. That's about it. Because especially since, like, the gym's not that far away, right? The gym's not that far away. I can go to the gym and then, you know, go home. Like, it's only when I decide to do other stuff after it becomes a problem. I don't care if you go in there looking like Pigpen from Charlie Brown. I mean, I know... It's just more because, like, I walk into the store and all the employees are all, like, nicely done up and wearing cute things and, you know, makeup nice because, you know, they work there and that's their job. And then I'm walking in. Stinky egg. Full of gym. Messy hair. I guess it's because I do that every time, though. Like, I tend to mostly shop there after I go to the gym just because it's convenient. So I'm like, man... What am I gonna do for dinner today? I got lazy last week, and I was like, oh, I'll just keep buying pre-made foods from the grocery store. Which was tasty, but also now I have the new problem of, like, okay, how do I... Like, I have no food in the fridge that is still good and good for using and eating. Like, I don't have things for eat. I guess I'll do groceries today, but I have to eat before that too. It's like, Meals from the grocery store. To be fair, that's also just me getting lazy. Eat whatever you feel like. Because I'm like, yeah, I could, like, again, buy pre-made food from the grocery store, but, like, I don't know. We'll see for today. Because, like, I will probably be hungry after gym. But, like, I don't know. I need a lot of stuff. I'm out of oatmeal. I'm mostly out of breakfast foods, so I kind of need that. I need rice and beans. I only have one of those things. I'm out of the other thing. I only have one of those things. I have lots of rice, but it's like, yeah, I could just have, like, egg on rice, but, like, rice in beans. I don't have beans! I'm beanless. I guess I have edamame, which I guess is technically rice and beans, but, like, I have lots of rice. I lack other things. I lack things to put on the rice. I guess I mean, I guess there's eggs. But, like, that's not a meal. So yeah, what do I have? I feel like a lot of... I mean, I have meat in the freezer, but, like, it's not thawed out, and it's gonna take too long to thaw out. Rice and a steak. Where am I getting the steak from? It's enough to get you unstuck. Well, here's the thing. I guess, like, it's food and it's nourishing, but, like, it's not, like... It's not a question of money here. It's a question of, I forgot to do groceries and there's no food in my house. It's not that I can't acquire food. It's that, like, I didn't acquire food. Because I forgot. Tell grandma to go buy a steak. I don't know, she gets food... Oh, wait, no, food delivery would have been yesterday. Today's Monday. She gets the groceries delivered once a week. But that would have been yesterday. And I don't even know what she got delivered. Maybe she didn't get groceries this week. I don't know. Usually most of what she ordered is, like, frozen meals, though, so... Yeah, I will come up with something. There is enough food in the world to feed one egg. You can feed one Eggy. There's enough food in the world for that. I am not the world's biggest eater. I'm actually a rather small eater. I don't know, I think I'm actually maybe more of an average size eater. I think I'm a bigger eater than, like, my mom and my sister, but I'm definitely, like, a smaller eater than everyone else. Not the biggest eater. What's your preferred cuisines? At the moment, like, what am I eating the most of? I guess Japanese food and Vietnamese food, I guess, are my two favorites right now. Oh, for home cooking, that's different. Because I don't know, what do I usually make at home? Make pho. Yeah, let me just, like, simmer, like, a pot there to simmer for 8 hours. I'll get banh mi one of these days. Yeah, I keep getting banh mi lately. Because there's a place near where I work that has it, and I keep getting banh mi. But for making food, I feel like I end up... I don't even know what nationality what I cook comes from. Because I'm like, okay, I cook thing on rice, which I guess is Asian question mark. Like, I guess I have kimchi sometimes, but that doesn't... Eating kimchi does not necessarily make a meal Korean. Kimchi alone does not make that Korean. And, like, I don't know, I eat edamame, but that does not make my food inherently Japanese. It's fusion. Yeah, I don't think it matters all that much. Yeah, exactly. Like again, everything is a fusion. If you think about it hard enough. Like fusion. Fusion is just a cheap tactic to make weak food stronger. But yeah, Korean tacos love. I don't know, because like lately I'm like, I think more things should be banh mi. I think we should be putting pickled daikon and cilantro on more things. Like, just in general. I think more things should become banh mi. It's bowl slop. Yeah, it's protein slop. Ban cilantro? Wrong. I'm gonna put double the amount of cilantro in everything. Banh mi is a great fusion in the first place. Yeah, like it's like Vietnamese sandwich, right? Like, they got the baguettes from the French and then they just ran with it. Possible weeb hot take, but Korean barbecue is inferior in every way to American barbecue. I'm gonna be real, I don't know if I've ever had proper American barbecue. Cause like, okay, to be clear, I've had things on the barbecue. Like, I've had like, you know, we have a barbecue at home on which my parents would cook, you know, chicken and steaks and hot dogs and burgers and the like. But like, in terms of like, is that American barbecue? I'm not sure. I'm not sure what makes something barbecue and what makes it American. Because, like, I mean, I guess to me, I think the difference is that, like, Korean barbecue is more of a communal experience, whereas I feel like American barbecue is, like, someone's dad stands at the barbecue for, like, an hour trying to, like, get everybody's orders in and cooks them all while everyone else is, like, lounging about. So it's a little less communal. It's like one guy off to the side doing everything. Like, ribs, like, to me, they're almost not comparable because they're, like, completely different experiences. Do Koreans barbecue bigger things? They probably do too. No, I think, okay, so I think something I've noticed with a lot of Asian cuisines in general is that the meat is cut up beforehand, either before cooking or before serving. Because you'll notice this even with stuff like chicken katsu. Like, if you've ever had chicken katsu, you'll notice, like, they don't serve it in one piece. They serve it in small slices, and it's mostly just because, like, here, stuff is usually served with a fork and knife, but, like, if you go, in most Asian countries, stuff is just given to people with chopsticks and maybe a spoon sometimes. So I think because there's no fork and knife, they can't really barbecue bigger things, or if they barbecue bigger things, they have to cut them up into smaller things so that people can actually, like, eat them without just, like, having to take a bite out of it. Yeah, bring that dad to the table and let them be the person doing all the grilling. Yeah, yeah. Well, at least then he's, like, involved. He's, like, around everyone else as opposed to, like, just, like, off to the side, right? I wouldn't say cleaner since K-barbecue can be really heavy. I mean, it can be heavy, but, like, I feel like K-barbecue, like, if you're on a diet and you're gonna do a cheat meal, like, you can do worse than K-barbecue, right? Because it's all just, like, it's all proteins, like fatty proteins, but, like, proteins. Like, there's nothing, like, deep fried or anything in K-barbecue, right? And a lot of the side dishes are usually just straight up vegetables, so... Yeah, rubs, glazes, sauces, loaded with sugar and fat aren't as much of a thing. That's true as well, yeah. Like, you might have some, well, I don't know, you have some marinades. Like, you have, like, bulgogi, which can be, like, pretty sweet. But, like, not to the same degree that, like, American barbecue sauce. And they don't use as much sauce, I think, either. I'll get delicious fast mac and cheese with it. I don't even know if I've had... I guess maybe I haven't had proper American barbecue, because I don't think I've ever had mac and cheese with a barbecue before. Fries, yes. Chips, yes. Mac and cheese, no. I don't know. There's some things that are American that, like, despite the fact that America is similar enough, I've just, like, not properly experienced. Like, biscuits and gravy is not common here at all. For any meal. Like, every time I've had biscuits and gravy, it's been in the States. Like, I'll be in the States and I'll stay in a hotel that has, like, a breakfast buffet, and they'll be like, biscuits and gravy, and I'm like, at this hour? Chicken and waffles is also another one that's, like, not common here. Like, some places will have it, but, like, I remember going to, like, a restaurant when I was at MagFest last year. I think it was the morning that we were, like, leaving. We all went to, like, a, like, restaurant that served fried chicken. And, like, one of the things that they specifically had was chicken and waffles. Like, that's just, like, not... I mean, it's not a thing here, but it's not a common thing. Here being where? Canada. Ontario in Canada. Yeah, chicken and waffles is a Dutch creation. What? Yeah. I actually prefer American barbecue because I love me some... I don't like buffet settings since I hit my limit earlier than my friends usually. Yeah, that's fair. I'm also like that. I feel like when I go to buffets, I have to do it as kind of like a tasting menu where I just get like a little bit of stuff at a time. Chicken and waffles comes from the Netherlands. It's not American. Okay, but it's definitely more common in America than it is here. It feels like an American thing. Thanksgiving also seems to have biscuits that seem to be based on easy to make pastry dough, folded X times and cut into squares and putting sugar glazing on it. Well, I think that's just a difference. Like, biscuits here mean the same thing that they do in the States. It's not like it's not like a biscuit versus cookie thing where it's like a UK versus US thing. Like, I think biscuits here mean more or less the same thing as they do in the States. We just don't eat them with gravy. I had chicken and waffles the other week, but I made my own waffles because the restaurant's waffles were too sweet. Yeah, I mean, I think I've been to like 1 or 2 brunch places here that serve chicken and waffles, but it's really not that common. What's a Patagonic barbecue? I have not heard of that. Chicken and waffles is an American dish combining chicken and with waffles. I don't know, sometimes you have dishes that, like, you know, say they're one thing and then aren't. Ontario food is looking good though. Fully enjoyed when I was in Toronto. Yeah, I'd say, like, we have a decent amount of good restaurants. Plain Patagonic barbecue is safe for— What on earth is this? What are you on about? But what else is common in the States here? Iced tea versus sweet tea. Whatever we have here, I feel like iced tea and sweet tea are the two extremes, where it's like 0 sugar versus oops all sugar. Whereas I feel like if you order iced tea here, what you're getting is gonna be like Nestea or like Brisk, where it's like somewhere in the middle. That's another one that is more of a Canada thing. What else is different in the States that we don't have that much of here? We have mac and cheese here. I just feel like mac and cheese isn't as big of a deal. Like, it's not really something you would have as at a barbecue either, I think. Raisin Canes supposedly use a sugar cane in the tea. I don't know, I haven't had Raisin Canes before. I haven't been to the part of the States, I think, where they have them. Because, like, I feel like the only place here that does, like, iced tea and sweet tea instead of just, like, Nestea or, like, Brisk or something, I think it's literally just Chick-fil-A. I think is the only one who does this. And even then, there aren't that many locations of Chick-fil-A in Canada. They're only within, like, a few major cities. But it's when you cook the entire body with a stick standing. Oh, is it like the thing where they like you stick a thing through like a pig and you just like roast the entire pig over a fire? Is it that kind of thing? I know McDonald's serves iced tea without sugar. Not here. Or if they do, they don't make it very obvious. I know, but I mean, that being said, when I've been to the States, I remember I kept making this mistake as a kid when I go to the States with my parents, because usually I like to order iced tea when I was in Canada, because I was familiar with, like, you know, Nestea and whatnot. So I go to the States and I'd order a meal with iced tea and I'd be like, this doesn't taste like anything. But then one time my parents were like, oh, actually you need to order sweet tea. That'll be more like what you want. So I ordered something with sweet tea and it was so sweet that, like, I couldn't finish it. Like, even as a kid. Like, even as a kid, who are usually, like, not as sensitive to high amounts of sweetness, like, I still could not finish it. Sweet tea's too sweet. Yeah, like, even as a kid. For the record, I don't, like, if it's of any further information is any value to somebody, I believe that was sweet tea that was served at Subway. I seem to remember that was the sweet tea that I was like, nope, I can't finish this. This is like, I'm struggling to finish this. I know my parents, what they would do is that they would like buy iced tea and then they would get asked for some sugar packets and then mix it in themselves. Which, I mean, I guess to be fair, like when I was in Japan, if you go to Japan and you order like an iced tea at like a fast food place, that's also what they do. Like they don't, like I think I also had this with like at Mr. Donuts. I had this at McDonald's, I had this at Mr. Donuts, where I ordered like an iced tea and they say, do you want it sweetened? And I would say yes. But like they wouldn't like add sugar to it. They would like serve it to you with like a little packet of like sweetener syrup. And then like you would mix it in yourself. Which, to be fair, also, if you're serving something iced, the sweetener is like the syrup is like a way better option. I don't know why they don't have like syrup packets here in North America. Because like if you're mixing it into a cold drink, it makes sense to do the liquid version as opposed to like the powdered sugar option, which will just like not dissolve at all. The obligatory Japan talk. The obligatory Japan talk already happened. That happened like hours ago. Who wants southern sweet tea in a world with Thai iced tea or bubble tea? Fair. I mean, I don't know. I guess it has its own. I don't know. I like having, when I go to places that have like default iced tea with no sweetener, I actually tend to order that. Because usually it's pretty good. Like I don't know. I guess as long as it's flavorful, as long as it's like bold and steeped enough, I think just like a regular unsweetened iced tea for me is fine. But also maybe I'm old. Maybe I'm old and I just haven't, you know. Maybe I've lost the joy of sweetness or something. Maybe I'm just old. Yeah, trying to think of specific food differences with Canada and the USA, like sweet tea example. There's gotta be other ones. Oh, thank you too, Sade. Thank you for sprouting. Yeah, I'm not sure. There's gotta be another one. There's gotta be more differences. Like, there's What would be... I mean, I guess ketchup chips and Smarties. Yeah, that's definitely a thing. Right, yeah, ketchup chips. Oh, coffee crisp. That's another one that I think is Canada exclusive. Bodega always buys. Actually, oh, you know what? Remind me when I see Bodega in January. I'm gonna have to bring her a bunch of coffee crisps. I need to remind me to just like stock up on coffee crisps so I can bring them to her. I guess portion sizes. Like, everything is bigger in the States. Also, okay, this is like a one, like, weirdly specific experience I had. But there was one time, okay, when I was a kid, I went to Wendy's when I was in the States with my parents. And I ordered a burger, right? Like, I went up to the counter, I'm like, yeah, can I get like a quarter pounder with cheese? And then the cashier was like, okay, so what do you want on your sandwich? And I was like, but I didn't order a sandwich, I ordered a burger. And she's like, yeah, so what do you want on your sandwich? Like, do you guys consider burgers to be sandwiches? Or was that just like one weird experience I had with like one weird Wendy's employee? Yeah, we don't call them sandwiches. Maybe it was a regional thing? I don't remember where I was. I think I was it was either Michigan or Ohio. It was further north. Maybe it's a regional thing. Like, their sandwiches saying like, it's just weird to call them such. Yeah, it might be a regional difference, like soda and pop. I've heard sandwich being used here too. Yeah, it's more just like, I don't know. I feel like if you're a fast food restaurant, right? Like if you're at McDonald's and you're like scrolling through the menu, they're gonna put burgers and sandwiches in different categories, right? Although maybe that's more of like a chicken versus beef thing. Like, I guess McDonald's tends to divide it, like, along those lines of like, here are the chicken sandwiches, here's the burgers with beef patties, here are the filet-o-fish type stuff. But yeah, I'm trying to think if there's anything else I've run into. I don't know if there's anywhere. Well, maybe. I don't know if there's anywhere in Eggy City that serves deep dish pizza. I'm actually gonna search this up now. Is there anywhere? Okay, so it looks like there are some places that do deep dish pizza. One of them, the top review says one of the few places to get a Chicago-style deep dish pizza. So I guess it's not very common. Cause yeah, I'm like looking at these though, and like all the pictures, they don't look like they're of deep dish pizzas. They all look like they're of like normal pizza. So I guess maybe it's like there's a lot of normal pizza places that just happen to also serve deep dish, maybe? Yeah, if they want to put burgers and sandwiches in the same menu, they usually call it handhelds or something. Yeah, that's true, that's true. Bag milk, butter tart, Hawkins, cheesies. Do you guys have, Humpty Dumpty chips? I was told that might be a Canadian thing. Or... You guys have Smart Food popcorn, right? That's not a Canadian thing. I guess a full breakfast in USA versus Canada. We Canada tend to have a similar full breakfast to like the UK than the US. I guess maybe. That's true, because when I've gone to like, you know, when you're, because usually when I'm like, when I went to the US as a kid, like usually the hotels would have like continental breakfast, and usually that would include a bunch of stuff that would not be included in the Canadian side, you know? Yeah, I've had Canadian Old Dress and ketchup chips though. Never heard of Humpty Dumpty chips. Humpty Dumpty, it's just a company of chips. Like it's just chips, but I guess it's I didn't even realize until later that it was a Canadian company. I just assumed they had them in the States as well. Their mascot is, you know, an egg. It's Humpty Dumpty. I never understood the concept of continental breakfast. Like, what continent is it? Bad? Continental breakfast. I don't know. Let's see why they call it that. Let's do research here. Why is it called continental breakfast? I see. It's referring to. Apparently it's referring to European breakfast, so it's referring to the European continent. Which is odd, because I don't think most continental breakfasts are similar to what they eat in Europe, but, you know, I'll take their word for it. It's the European continent, okay. I don't know, I guess, but then again, what other continent would it be? Like, I don't know. I've been to... I guess this is like Japanese breakfast, if it has like rice and stuff. I remember like... I went to like one of the hotels I stayed in Japan. It was it came with free breakfast, but it was kind of a weird breakfast because it was like it wasn't like an airport hotel, but it was like an airport. It was a hotel that was like one train stop away from Narita Airport. So I guess it was kind of like built with that in mind. But I think because of that, the hotel breakfast had just literally everything. Like, it had all the foods, because I think it was probably trying to account for, like, it was like, okay, we're having people coming in from all over the world. We need to be able to accommodate every single possible kind of breakfast on Earth. So it's like, okay, we got rice, we got noodles, we got eggs, we got sausages, we got different kinds of sausages. We got cereal, we got bagels, we got breads, we got toast, we got beans, we got pastries, we got fruits, but also vegetables. Like it's like they were trying to like account for like literally every kind of breakfast on Earth. It was kind of funny. Because I was putting together my plate. I'm like, okay, I guess I'm having some noodles and some toast and some eggs and also, I guess, cereal now. Okay. And also rice. Fine, sure. Yeah, for Canada, pastries, toast, fruit, coffee, sometimes bagels with cream cheese. Yeah, I guess that seems about right for like a hotel breakfast. Because I think the other thing with hotel breakfast is I think that they're also trying to focus on like things that can be made in large quantities at once. So... I also assume the breakfast is meant for like working people on travel, because it's like breakfast from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. Yeah, I mean... I feel like it's more for, like, if you're leaving for, like, an early morning flight kind of thing. Like... Sleeping. I won't account for people who are sleeping in. If you are sleeping in, then that's your own problem. Go to a different restaurant. Sleeping. Usually they have people to leave their rooms by 11 a.m. Yeah, maybe that's why. It's like, you know, if your checkout time is like 11:30, then they want people to be out of the breakfast by like 10 or 10:30, I guess, just to make sure people have enough time to like get their stuff together and check out. I don't know, I feel like some hotels are more strict on checkout times than others. Because like, I feel like there's some hotels where like, I've been panicking about checking out on time. And I go back down to the desk and I'm like, oh, I'm so sorry I'm late. And they're like, yeah, okay. Are you gonna check out or like... But then there's been other ones where they're like, they told us that the checkout time was like 1 in the afternoon and they're there at like 12:59 banging on our door to tell us that we need to leave. So I'm like, okay, I guess it depends. The other time I was close to a breakfast at a hotel was a fishing trip, but I was gone before 5 a.m. to beat the sun. I don't know, usually if I'm with my parents, if I'm traveling with my parents, they get up early enough that we'd have breakfast. The hotel in Japan, I think breakfast went until like 11:30 or noon. Like it went pretty late, so I never missed that one. But yeah, there's been other breakfasts where I just like, I set an alarm for like, you know, 8 or 9 a.m. to wake up, and then I turn it off immediately. And I just go back to sleeping. Sleeping. Like, breakfast? No, sleeping. A whack for breakfast? Breakfast? No, sleeping. A whack? No? Sleeping. No a whack. Simply sleeping. Yeah, as a kid, my parents would wake me up, but the last time I went somewhere with my family, they tried to wake me up at like 8 a.m, so I was like, nah. I was drinking on the beach last night, there's no chance. I'm sleeping. No, I don't know, it's been a while since I traveled with my parents. At least, like, in terms of, like, staying in a hotel. I think the last time that I traveled somewhere with my parents, they somehow managed to get me my own room. So like I could wake up whenever I pleased, I guess, as long as I was on time for stuff. Yeah. Continental breakfast, because this was about US hotels signaling to European guests that they'd have something other than a full English for breakfast. Ah, okay. Speaking of mispronouncing things, your brain broke me. What did I say wrong? What did I do wrong? I saw a TV ad and it sounded like microwave, and I laughed because it was like microwave. Yeah, it's a microwave. 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 I'm glad that I am having the microwave effect on you. It is great. You know, the microwave is a useful modern invention, you know? Very convenient. And you can heat things up in the microwave. You know, the invention of the microphone changed music forever. I used to make jokes like that before, but microwave sounds so innocuous. The microwave. I don't know where I got microwave from. I think I saw a meme once that said, like, it was like a picture of a cat with, like, cheese all over its face, and it was like, you know, the one that's like, it said like something along the lines of like, he tried to eat mac and cheese from the microwave. I don't know, I feel like that just like implanted in my brain. I think about mac and cheese too, like M-A-C-K-I-N-G, cheese. Eating mac and cheese from the microwave. I don't know, I don't eat mac and cheese very often, but when I do, I think about mac and cheese. I guess I use the microwave more often than I eat mac and cheese, so I guess I don't think about it as often, but you know. Everyone likes to have mac and cheese every once in a while. Aren't you guys talking earlier about taking mac and cheese to a barbecue? I said microwave to my apartment staff to come fix, and they thought I was having a stroke. I don't know, I've managed to not accidentally say microwave in a professional setting, but I feel like one of these days I'm gonna get a new job, and I'm gonna go into the lunchroom, and I'm gonna accidentally ask somebody where the microwave is. Hey, it's okay if it's okay if I use the microwave? It's gonna happen one of these days. I mean, I guess I have almost called things microphone in a professional setting. The microwave and the microphone. I feel like that's almost happened, but I haven't hit microwave yet. Like, oh, the microwave is broken. Can you fix my microwave? The microwave. Alright, we just need one more person to jong. Just one more person. I'm so checked out at home, I don't think about it. I guess it's just like, I don't know, it is kind of funny that that's like the first thing that comes to mind. Like, you have to make a concerted effort to not say microwave. I mean, I guess I also sometimes have to make a concerted effort to say cat and not meow meow. Because, like, I feel like when I see a picture of a cat, my first thought is not cat, it is meow meow. Like, somebody will show me a picture of their cat, and I'll be like, very nice meow meow. Hold on, I'm just gonna have a hard candy. You know, I had a thought recently where I'm just like, would you like, I wonder if it's, I'm sure someone's tried this. I'm like, is it possible to like make yourself, like, not appetite suppressant, but like, if you eat, because you know how when you eat mint, like if this taste of mint, of like a strong mint will make other stuff taste weird, I'm like, can you like make yourself eat fewer snacks if you just like eat more mints? Like if you just eat like, you know, a bunch of like Mentos, and then like instead of eating like snacks, because you're like, well, if I eat this then the snacks will taste weird. I didn't call my cats Neko to my parents, but they were like, huh? Ear? I keep going for ear as well, which is probably even weirder than meow meow. Because like one of my friends is fine because they know that it's ear. But like I feel like if I'm at work and my coworker is gonna show me a picture of their cat and I'm gonna go ear and they're gonna go like, huh? Ear. 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 But then again, I also regularly go ooh in real life when something doesn't go my way. It's like, I think that is the one piece of VTuber vocabulary that's like stuck in my brain. Be like, ooh, the computer's down. Ooh. Ooh, my bus is late. Ooh. I think I called out when I was in the office because I would go get coffee. And when I worked from home, my boss was like, no coffee. So I'm like, I never drink coffee. So she asked, I had to come up with a reason. I used to get coffee just to avoid work. To be fair, when I worked at office, my work avoiding strategy was to just drink as much water as possible. Because it's like, okay, I have to go refill my water bottle. And then, like, after that, it's like, okay, well, I've drinking a lot of water, so I have to use the washroom. Oh no, what are you gonna do? Tell me to, like, not use the washroom? I don't know. I guess I would have coffee sometimes at work. Because we had, like, the fancy espresso machine. But I didn't like the kinds of beans that they got. It was just kind of... They were not very good. They were, like, kind of acidic. I did not care for them. But also it cost, like, $0, so... My workplace had a smoke break rule, and I said I smoke, but I would just go outside and stand outside for, like, 10 minutes and do nothing. I mean, I know I worked at a place before that would give everybody, like, a 15-minute break no matter how long the shift was. Just because it was a holdover from, like, the days of smoking. Because apparently, I guess, in the olden days, it was, like, everybody would get a smoke break. But, like, now that, like, most of our employees didn't smoke, they were like, well, I guess we'll give people 15 minutes anyway, just so that, like, you know, they aren't gonna start smoking just to get breaks from work, you know? Because, yeah, I'm like, I'm not sure. I don't think anybody in my... Maybe one person. I think there was, like, one person in my department at that store that smoked. I think it was just one person. I don't know. Maybe some people vape now, but... I don't know. Something about a vape break just does not hit the same. Alright, one more. Let's go. Last game. Yeah, this is the last one. You know, maybe I should stop saying last game. I think some of you guys like to hold me hostage. I think I say last game and everyone's like, okay, Eggy, we are not going to join so that we can extend the length of the Eggy stream. Part of me kind of wishes I could have lived in a time when in the office you could smoke and drink during work hours in the office. I don't know, was that like a real thing that happened? Or was that like just like a thing that they do in movies? Cause yeah, like... Random Eggy complaint. I was waiting for a bus the other day, and we were in like a covered... It wasn't like indoors, but it was like, you know when like you have like a bus thing that's kind of underground, so it's like... It's not indoors, but it's like covered. And I was waiting in line to get on the bus. Like, it was like the bus was coming soon and everyone was lining up, and the guy in front of me was just like vaping and just like emits a giant cloud of vape, and it's like, ugh, come on. Come on, we are like tightly packed together here. I know we're technically outdoors, but like still. That's today's Eggy complaint. That guy was rude. I don't know, I think sometimes... I guess with vaping, because I guess some people are like, well, technically this isn't smoking, so they assume that, like, the rules of smoking don't apply to them. And it's like, no, they still definitely do. I think it's because my grandpa couldn't sleep through the night. He was so addicted to smoking, he would work and smoke his house, and he'd wake up at 2 a.m. to go take a sip of Dr. Pepper, smoke a... I guess it was... I mean, yeah, but just because people were addicted to smoking doesn't mean, like, they were doing it all day, every day, right? Well, I guess that is what addiction means, I guess. But surely the drinking part was not real, right? Because I don't think smoking would affect your behavior to quite the same degree as, like, drinking, right? That is rude. I never used to smoke around people, or like never like kids see this thing. Yeah, it's like, yeah, I don't know. At first I was 2 packs a day, but I could sleep through the night fine. I mean, I guess you can't smoke if you're unconscious, right? Maybe he was just bad at sleeping, and that was like completely unrelated to the smoking. But yeah, I don't know. I get annoyed with people who vape in enclosed spaces, because I don't know, I feel like most public places now that are indoors have signs up to tell you not to do that, but it's still just like, I don't know, at least stand away from people. Ooh! Oh, I didn't have set it up to auto. Whoops. Yay! Winning. Maybe this will be over quickly. It'll be over speedily. No, I need to spam this sticker. This sticker is why I wanted this character so bad. I think this is like my favorite sticker in the whole game. Just like initial D drifting. Yeah, the drifting is my favorite. I'm trying to think of some other favorites I have. I like the one with the blue. I like the one with the blue screen. Like, I think it's the hacker guy that has that. This was pretty good too. Imagine actually doing wheelchair drifting. Well, I mean, there's actual, like, wheelchair races. Isn't that, like, a Paralympic event or something? like, you know, this is like a functional thing that helps people get around, but it's also like a thing with wheels. So you can bet somebody out there has tried to like race them competitively. Do they drift? I'm not sure though. Yeah, wheelchair racing at marathons, but they're specifically designed for racing. Yeah, I figured, like, they'd be, like, specifically, like, you know, aerodynamic and stuff. I don't know if drifting would really be necessary, because I feel like drifting... Cars have drifting, but I think that's because cars have, like, wheels set up in a certain way that allows for that. I feel like with wheelchairs, it's probably different. Like, the way that, like, the turning works is probably different. Because cars, you use a steering wheel, which you don't usually for wheelchairs, right? I always thought wheelchair marathons were cheating since your legs don't get tired. My guy, your arms! You gotta keep those wheels spinning. But yeah, no, it's I don't know if you could drift. Cause I feel like usually the front wheels are like more flexible than they would be for cars, right? So it's like, yeah, you could drift, but I feel like there wouldn't be a lot of point to it. You're not like cutting corners or anything. But I do like kind of the image of it like kicking up a cloud of like dust. Yeah, physically hospital wheelchairs, they don't look like that, they can drift. I mean, yeah, but I think the other difference is I imagine hospital wheelchairs are probably like... They're not built for turning... Like, I imagine wheelchairs that you would have for, like, out in the world, right? Are probably different than what's in a hospital. Because, like, a hospital is a building that assumes that there's going to be a certain amount of people needing wheelchairs in it, I imagine. So I imagine, like, you know, in the real world, there are tight corners and tight spaces you have to be able to get to, like, maneuver through, which is probably not as much the case in the hospital, right? You're also only forward-driven wheels since your back wheels... If your back wheels kick out, you can't get thrust. Well, like, isn't wheelchairs usually... It's propelled by the back wheel, right? Like, it's... You know, assuming, like some people, like, my grandma uses a wheelchair, but, like, her legs still work. She just, like, essentially uses the wheelchair kind of more as, like, walking support. Like, she moves with her legs, but, I guess she can turn the wheels if she wanted to. But, like, if you can't, if the legs just don't work, like, you turn it with the back wheel, right? Like, the handle is on the back wheel and you turn it with that, right? Hmm. Whereas now that I think of it, on a car, does the propulsion, like, is it being pushed from the back or from the front? Because I don't know why, I always thought, like, with cars, it's, like, being pushed from the front and then the back wheels are, like, to carry everything forward, but maybe it's the other way around. That's what I'm talking about, yeah. Front wheel, rear wheel drive. Okay, so it's different in different cases. Because even for like electric wheelchairs, I feel like those are still controlled from the back, right? I don't think there's any wheelchairs that like roll in, like are powered from the front. Yeah, rear wheel drive is not common anymore. Well, I imagine there's probably like safety things for that. Like, I don't know which one is more likely to like explode if you hit it. Okay. Yeah, it's more logical and jet from power. Yeah, I get. Again, I don't know enough about cars to argue for or against this. Whee. Oh wait, hold on. That's all I got? I could have sworn I was getting more than that. I win? That's it? Enough for the win. I guess. I was gonna say, I'm like, somehow I won, but like, I feel dissatisfied with it somehow. But that's the last one. Why are they playing the game over music again? Alright. Game over for everybody else, I guess. Let's see who's on. Yeah, the game over music is for me. Yeah, this is the game over music for like when you lose, when your entire party dies of battle. Game over music for the rest of you, I guess. Alright, who's on? Who is on? Beba's on, as usual. What's she doing? She's ignoring us on purpose to lock in. Okay. Let's see. Oh, Soy Milk is on. We haven't rated Soy Milk in a long time. I feel like she has not been on at this time. Yeah, you know what? We're gonna rate it to Soy, because we haven't done that in a while. Yeah. Soy Milk debut? It's not debut yet. It says 7 days left until debut, so unless you forgot to, like, change the message. Yeah, I think it's later. But we will raid into Soy. I think that will be... There we go. What are we gonna say? What are we gonna say? What's our raid message? What's our raid message? What did we argue about today? What was notable about today? Eggy Zhong sweep raid. When do you need the coffee crisp reminder? I don't know. Probably maybe like I don't know, early January. Maybe late December. I don't have a specific date because I don't know when I'm going yet. I know it's before MagFest, but I need to check when MagFest is again. Every corporate dating raid. You know what? Let's just do Zhong raid. That's fine. It's a pretty standard Mahjong Monday. There you go. Zhong raid, Zhong raid, Zhong raid. Corporate dating raid. I just don't think it would make sense. It would not make sense. So, I don't know what the schedule is for this week. We're gonna take things as they come. Thank you for bearing with me. Mahjong Monday will also be back next week. I'm rushing now. I'm hurrying. Look at my cool end card. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being nice and good. Thank you for playing. Thank you. Bye-bye. Au revoir.